Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. You feeling it this morning, aren't you? We are at 40 degrees, and our high temp today is only 61. There are some areas of frost this morning. I want to let you know that there is a traffic closure, 24 of the eastbound lanes between Joe B. Jackson Parkway and Epps Mill Road. Now, police have a vehicle stopped on the shoulder of the road there and about 20 police vehicles around it. Something serious is happening there. The traffic is shut down eastbound 24 south of Joe B. Jackson. Well, in the news this morning, welcome to Hump Day. It's also the start of early voting for Tennessee voters. You can check your local polling places for times. Just remember to bring along your state-issued ID, like your driver's license. More than 5 million Americans have already voted early, and in Georgia, a record-breaking first day of voting with long lines at many polling stations for in-person voting. Former President Trump last night holding a rally in Atlanta.
I will rescue every town across America that has been invaded and conquered. They've conquered our country. This is an invasion of a military force. They have weapons that are on par with our U.S. military. But we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals to jail or kick them the hell out of our country.
Now, Vice President Harris took another shot at a popular black podcast yesterday.
Harris, during an interview with radio host Charlemagne the God, touting her economic plan for black men.
My agenda is about tapping into the ambitions and the aspirations, knowing that folks want to have an opportunity if they want.
Harris denied accusations that she targeted black men when she was a prosecutor, locking up thousands for marijuana charges, now campaigning to legalize it nationwide.
It's just simply not true.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Now, during that interview, Harris also signaled that she's open to spending taxpayer money on racial reparations. Market Numbers Report is brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Tech stocks pulled down the markets, led by two chip makers, NVIDIA and ASML. The Nasdaq lost 187 points, the S&P down 45. The Dow gave up 325 points. NVIDIA shares fell almost 5%, although the company's stock is still up 166% for the year. Investors were also reacting to downbeat earnings from Dutch chip supplier ASML, which were released a day earlier than expected and show a disappointing sales outlook for 2025. Some of Wall Street's sharpest losses came in energy stocks after oil prices tumbled about 4%. United Health Group fell 8%, even though the insurer reported better than expected results, the company lowering the top end of its forecasted profit. Walgreens stock soared 16% on news that the pharmacy plans to close 1,200 stores over the next 3 years. Boeing is signaling it could raise up to $25 billion by issuing new stock or debt over the next 3 years to shore up finances amid a union strike. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Stock futures are flat this morning. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Hey, if you're planning to travel south, make that eastbound on 24 this morning, just be advised that the roadway is shut down and has been for a long time this morning between Joe B. Jackson Parkway and we're just south of that area, exit 84. Now, and we're just looking at the screen at this moment, and they've just opened up the highway. So that's running again. Again, it's eastbound on 24 this morning. Had been shut down at Joe B. Jackson. You're going to expect some delays, even though they just opened that roadway just moments ago. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got Fox News on in here. Thank you very much. Kamala Harris's first formal Fox News interview. Anybody got confidence in Brett Baer? You think he's going to do a good job? You think he's going to ask those follow-up questions? I like what he did, where he got on social media and he said, okay, so what questions do you want me to ask Kamala Harris? Which is fine, and I know why he's doing that, to build social media interaction and all that. But all I want is him to ask some follow-up questions. And I've got examples for you, and we'll continue throughout the morning here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I do have some highlights, if you will, from Kamala Harris and her conversation with Charlemagne. I'm not going to call him the God, but and he's certainly not a god when it comes to asking hard questions of Kamala Harris, but we'll get into that as well. All of that and a whole lot more. Donald Trump had a great interview yesterday with Bloomberg editor-in-chief, a guy by the name of John Micklethwait. Clearly, I don't know if I got his name right. I've been trying to say it all night. But anyway, Trump and the Bloomberg editor-in-chief. Now, clearly they disagree over tariffs. And they were going at it back and forth big time yesterday. Now, Trump, he was trying to play nice, and this is how it started out.
We're going to bring the companies back. We're going to lower taxes still further for companies that are going to make their product in the USA. We're going to protect those companies with strong tariffs, because I'm a believer in tariffs. I'm not sure that you are. I don't think you are, but I congratulate you on your career. But to me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff, and it's my favorite word. It needs.
So there you go. And Trump, again, he tried to play nice. He said, congratulations, bizarrely and awkwardly enough. But, Trump says congratulations on your career. But he also acknowledged that they are going to disagree on tariffs. Now, this was a really, and I love this, as I'm watching this interview, I like the fact that it was meaty and it was substantive, and it is an interview that Kamala Harris could not do. That I can tell you. So one of the things, as Trump was arguing for tariffs, and this guy Micklethwait was arguing against, is that it was a conversation that evolved and then devolved really quickly.
You're also talking about 20% tariffs on the rest of the world. That is going to have a serious effect on the overall economy. And yes, you're going to find some people who will gain from individual tariffs. The overall effect could be massive in terms of the economy.
I agree it's going to have a massive effect, positive effect. It's going to be a positive, not a negative.
Well,
let me just tell you. Let me tell you. I know how committed you are to this, and it must be hard for you to, spend 25 years talking about tariffs as being negative, and then have somebody explain to you that you're totally wrong. It'll have a negative.
I mean, I love that. I mean, Trump comes in, he's got a lot of bravado and all that, but his argument, Micklethwait's argument, is that you have Donald Trump's plan for imposing tariffs on goods made outside of America and lowering taxes for companies that make their products here in America. And so for Trump, his argument is that by keeping those jobs here, we keep people employed and expand the tax base here in America. But, this guy, Micklethwaite, his issue is that will impact our economy because there's a lot of jobs, millions of jobs, he will tell you, that are dependent on our foreign policy and are dependent on tariffs and, the goods being imported into America. So, for Trump, he wants to make it harder basically for China and for, companies in Europe to bring products into our country. And one of the things that he's trying to do is even the playing field. Donald Trump is trying to even the playing field. And so this guy, Micklethwaite, he will not let Donald Trump answer questions. It's like every time Trump is trying to talk, he's being interrupted. This is part of what it sounded like.
I'll go a step further.
40 million, 40 million, President Trump, 40 million jobs is a lot of jobs to rely on trade.
They're all coming back.
Those are 40 million jobs. Those are 40 million jobs in America that rely on trade.
Are you ready? John Deere, great company. They announced about a year ago they're going to build big plants outside of the United States, right? They're going to build them in Mexico.
And you threatened them with tariffs and they stopped.
That's right. I said, if John Deere builds those plants and not selling anything into the United States, they just announced yesterday they're probably not going to build the plants, okay? I kept the jobs here.
All right, so, bottom line here is Trump is explaining his reasoning, but here's what people aren't understanding. Because we can sit here and we can debate all day long on trade and tariffs, imports, exports. We could go on and on. This guy's Micklethwaite's, his idea, his opinion, and it is true, is that we have a lot of jobs, millions of jobs that are dependent on imports and are dependent on, free-flowing trade between countries. And Donald Trump's opinion, his opinion, is that if he can force companies to make their products here by increasing tariffs, well, then that's going to be good for America because eventually those companies will have their goods made here. And again, that expands our tax base. This is an economic discussion, and both sides have their points. But here's what I can tell you. Some economists are worried that Donald Trump's plan would have a negative impact on the economy, add trillions of dollars to the national debt. And I understand that. There's other economists that say that what Donald Trump wants to do is a brilliant idea. But one thing that nobody's understanding, and certainly this interviewer doesn't get it, what Donald Trump is doing is he is setting up so that if he actually ends up winning the election and he ends up behind the Resolute desk again, well, he can begin negotiating with China and with Europe. Because when you go in and it's basically what he's doing right now is he is threatening those countries. He wants those countries to hear that he is going to impose incredibly onerous tariffs on their exports, our imports into our country. And he wants them to think that he is going to raise those tariffs big time because that gives him the edge when he goes in to negotiate. Remember, The Art of the Deal. That is the name of Donald Trump's book. And so this is almost sort of like recon, or he's just setting up the chessboard. That's what he's doing. And I do believe that, yes, he does want to raise tariffs on imports. That is what he wants to do. He's tired of China ripping us off. And he wants to even the playing field. He also talked big time, Donald Trump did, about the tariffs on imports and also on U.S. companies that outsource manufacturing.
You said, President Trump, at the moment there is a thing called the Trump trade in the markets. Do you know what that is? The Trump trade is very simple. People are betting that your policies are going to drive up debt, they're going to drive up inflation, so they're going to drive up interest rates. Are the investors wrong?
Yeah, I had 4 years no inflation. I had 4 years no inflation.
But that was when you had much.
I had 4 years. It's better than that. And Biden went 2 years with no inflation because he inherited from me. And then they started spending money like drunken sailors. They spent so much money. It was so ridiculous, the money they were spending.
All right, so how did this whole thing end? Because it was a very testy interview, and I'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads.
Well, we had one problem this morning. That was in Murfreesboro on 24. The eastbound lanes were shut down just after Joby Jackson Parkway, exit 84. It's now reopened, but it's going to take a while for all that backed up traffic to move through the area. So be careful as you're traveling there. Otherwise, looking pretty good this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Today, partly cloudy and a high of 61 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN, where it is 41 degrees. You know, one of the other things that I thought was really interesting, and I don't have the audio, but this guy from Bloomberg he said, well, you're going to come in and you're going to raise tariffs, and you're going to implement tariffs on imports coming in from, for example, China and Europe and so forth. But he said, aren't you worried about what that'll do to our foreign policy? Do you really want to come in and anger China? And I'm sitting here thinking, are you kidding me? What kind of wuss are you? Do you think that China worries about what we will think or what Donald Trump will think when they start jacking with our election? Do you really think that China worries about our reaction when they steal our intellectual property? Do you think that China worries about what our reaction would be when they send fighting-age males across our southern border? No, they don't worry about it. So why in the hell should Donald Trump worry about what China's reaction is going to be? I mean, I would remind this guy from Bloomberg that China is still manufacturing they're still manufacturing fentanyl, the ingredients, and sending them over to Mexico, and then they're putting all that together and sending it across our southern border. They're still doing that. So I don't know. Again, this guy, he's just reminds me of just sort of a nervous Nelly. Now, just for the record, I don't know who's right, but here's what I do know, because I'm not an economist and I don't play one on the radio. But here's what I do know. What I do know is that when Donald Trump announced that he was running and he talked about his economic policy back in 2016, before the 2016 election, he talked about all of this. And economists and reporters and anchors, Hillary Clinton, all the Democrats, some Republicans as well, they said that we were going to be selling pencils on street corners. We're going to end up in a Great Depression. It was going to be the end of America's economic system as we know it. That's what they said. Well, we all know what happened. So when it comes to who do you trust, I trust Donald Trump. I do. Because they all told me that I was going to be selling pencils on a street corner, and clearly that didn't happen. America had, reasonably speaking, and relatively speaking, as far as COVID is concerned, a really good 4 years that Donald Trump was in office. So I believe the guy that I don't believe has lied to me. So how do you pay? And here's the other thing that Donald Trump said. How do you pay for no taxes on tips and no taxes on car loans? How do you get all of that paid for? And basically, Donald Trump says it's going to be with the tariffs.
People like the Wall Street Journal, who's hardly a communist organization,
yeah, but you don't know.
They have criticized you on this as well. You are running up enormous debts.
What does the Wall Street Journal know? I'm meeting with them tomorrow. What does the Wall Street Journal know? They've been wrong about everything. So have you, by the way. You've been wrong about
You're trying to turn this. You're trying to turn this.
You've been wrong about it.
No, you're trying to turn this into debate. There are business people.
But you're wrong.
People.
You've been wrong all your life on this stuff. You've been. Let me tell you about currency. You're going jumping a lot of.
And I listen. I love when Donald Trump gives it right back. I do. Just like I really loved when J.D. Vance said to Martha Raddatz, "Do you hear yourself?" I really like that. Because for too long, these types of journalists have felt like they're smarter than Donald Trump, right? And turns out Donald Trump has had the last laugh almost each and every time. And so one of the things that I was reading last couple of days especially is that you have all of these journalists out there, a lot of these folks that are sort of economic journalists, and they'll tell you that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they've presided over a far better economy than Donald Trump did. And they talk about, and we've talked about this before, friends, they'll reference GDP, they'll reference job growth, they'll reference the cost of health insurance, how many people have insurance, and wages, and all of these different data points, and all of these different statistics. And a lot of this is how you use the statistics and how you use the data. But the thing is that your economy hasn't been great over the last 4 years. They can talk about the economy and all of these different data points and statistical references, but the bottom line is we are still paying a lot of money for groceries, a lot more money for groceries than when Donald Trump was in office. You have the high gas prices. You have the really high grocery prices. We all remember that. We have massive credit card debt as a result when we were unfortunately utilizing our credit cards to pay off groceries and some of our bills. But here's the thing. Donald Trump, we had a far better economy for us as individuals. Stuff was not expensive. Under Joe Biden, things were a lot more expensive. So I'm just going to tell you, I think it makes more sense to go with the guy who has a proven track record. And, for me, that is Donald Trump. You'll make your decision as to who you vote for. But, for me, it seems fairly obvious. And by the way, today is the first day of early voting in the state of Tennessee. And Johnny and Joan, I'll see you there. Actually, I'll be in my own district, but whatever. 523, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news, or what's coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you that a man has been arrested in the murder of a woman at an Antioch park. Also, we've got an update on the missing after Hurricane Helene. That's all just ahead at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 523 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. Dan Mandis here. And, I actually went home and I counted how many connected devices I own. And let me tell you something. With Amy and especially Riker, it's a lot. It's more than a dozen. Also, you have me. Now, all of this to keep me connected to the good stuff, my streaming, my gaming, and all my interneting, you name it, I can do it at home with Xfinity. I've been a customer of theirs for years. Now, Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That is why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Now through October 20th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months. And I got to tell you, you do this with a 1-year contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. And also be sure to ask about how you can be eligible for a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure you save on your home Wi-Fi, and it can handle anything and everything you throw at it, and then some. So switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning. It's 5:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got the big chill going on this morning. It's 41 degrees, and we are headed just to 61 this afternoon. And some accidents for you this morning. Madison East Old Hickory Boulevard at Larkin Springs Road, an accident. Another one on 65 southbound lanes at the I-24 North exit number 88. The full forecast and traffic ahead. Metro Police have arrested a 29-year-old man in connection to a deadly shooting on the Mill Creek Greenway in Antioch that happened Monday night. Police posted a video of a handcuffed Paul Park of Brentwood being helped out of a patrol car and walked into booking. Channel 4 caught up with some folks at the Greenway.
It's just sad. It's sad that today that people can't go out and walk anymore, without fearing for their life. I guess, we talked about earlier, I might want to get some pepper spray.
The victim in this case was 34-year-old Alyssa Lokitz. She lived just minutes away from the Greenway. She was a graduate of Vanderbilt. She earned her PhD in neuroscience. Police in the neighborhood, or people in the neighborhood, say that she was always a friendly face. Well, the cleanup from Hurricane Helene is still ongoing, but the number of people unaccounted for in North Carolina is not even close to being settled.
Nearly 3 weeks after Hurricane Helene, North Carolina's governor says 92 people are still unaccounted for in his state. The governor says nearly $100 million in FEMA funds have now been paid out to individual survivors. Across the border in Tennessee, the family of a man killed in the flooding has filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the plastics company where he worked. The family claims workers were forced to stay at the plant even as conditions grew more dangerous. 11 employees were swept away. Only 5 were rescued.
That's ABC's Christiane Cordero. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 5:32 on Nashville's Morning News. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time, because gun safes are sales tax free right now at DT McCall's. It is hunting season, so be sure that you're keeping your gun safe when you're not in the tree stand with a Liberty gun safe from DT McCall's. Now, they are the largest Liberty safe dealer in the state of Tennessee. Now, the reason why? Free delivery and setup. Other places, they're going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models, $300 for smaller models. DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe free every time, period. No setup charge either, so give them a call or find them online. It is dtmccalls.com, and save some big bucks right now on your Liberty gun safe when you shop at your local DT McCalls. dtmccalls.com for locations and information. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Trouble spot at Talbot's Corner 65, southbound lanes at the I-24 North exit. It's a crash and the left shoulder is blocked off. Also, east Old Hickory Boulevard, east of Larkin Springs Road, watch for a crash. That one involves some injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the Gang of Three. Joan Jones is here. Hello, Joan.
Hello there.
Johnny B is here. Hello, Johnny.
Hello.
I'm Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hello. All right, so you guys are voting today, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
We all made a pact.
Yes, we did.
That
I heard Chris Hand talking about this yesterday.
What did he say?
He said that he understood that all of us were voting early, but he's a day of guy.
Well, I used to be too, but I think
Chris Hand is a day of guy.
Doesn't that seem weird? Like he's the guy that's more like progressive, cooler than us, and it seems so traditional to wait until day of.
Well, first of all, I don't know if I would say that Chris Hand is cooler than us. I mean,
come on.
He knows all the words.
Yeah, big hype.
Yeah, those kind of things.
You know what? He may know all the words. They just don't seem to always really go together. Like big hype. I'm just kidding. Everybody knows I love Chris. and everybody knows that Chris is far cooler. I'll just speak about myself.
No, you can speak for all of us.
Yes, you can.
It's okay.
Chris is far cooler than me. Mm-hmm. And although I don't know about you, Johnny, because you are like the king of cool.
I don't know, though. Chris is, he's based.
But I can't believe, well, he's not based.
Nice.
He's not based on this topic.
No, he's not, because usually I am a vote on the day of guy. But this time, I think it's important that we vote early.
And here's the big surprise. Ken Weaver, also a day of guy.
That doesn't shock me.
It does shock me. I don't know.
It shocks me.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I thought he like got the memo that we're all supposed to get out there and vote early.
Here's the thing, and I love both of these gentlemen, so I don't want to be too,
Right.
But
it's just among friends. Go ahead.
Wow, look at Joan. You see what she's trying to do?
Oh, yeah.
Joan's trying to start a radio station controversy.
Yes, she is.
No, I would think that they would know better. That's all I'm saying. It has been all over the news. Donald Trump himself has said, you've got to go out, you've got to vote early. There's a lot of hijinks and shenanigans going on.
Exactly.
Every vote is crucial in this election. And so sometimes, let's face it, things happen. And flat tires happen, or you get called into a meeting, or you get sick. The reasons for voting early are abundant.
Yes.
I'm just voting early this year because I'm really passionate. Like, I am more fired up about this election than I was in 2020 or 2016.
Same with me.
So, yeah, you know why? Because it has been a sucky 4 years.
This 4 years has felt like 10.
And I feel like there's going to be cheating. We need to get out there and make the numbers bigger than the cheating margin.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
When I originally looked at Joan's resume, I didn't see where she described herself as an insurrectionist.
I don't.
Wow, she got awfully quiet.
I wasn't even at the Capitol that day.
That's so you say.
Yeah.
You just put on a wig, didn't you? I'm just kidding. Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree.
Yes.
Joan. So,
Yeah.
but you know what? If that's what Chris wants to do, then I'm not going to chastise him for it, that moron.
Or Ken.
I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. You know what I'm going to say to Chris at 8:35? What would Donald Trump do?
WWDTD.
WWD.
Boy, it sounds like a bug spray. Which it kind of is. We're getting the insects out.
Yeah.
You know what, Super Texters? I want to know. Well, you're already telling me. Wow. Are you going to vote early, or are you going to wait till Election Day? I want to know what people are going to do on Super Talk. Because I think that, as I said, I think it's critical that we all vote early. So, and you know, what's the reasoning? The reasoning behind not voting early, some people will say, is because there might be something to change my mind. I can't think of anything.
Think that there are people out there that don't already know how they're going to vote? I don't believe that. It's such a hot
issue.
Political climate right now.
Right. Yes.
The people they're either on one side or the other.
I'm tomorrow night on Red Eye, I'm gonna do a topic where, because I never ask questions, I rarely ask questions, but I'm gonna ask a question. Are you undecided? And see and sort of ask people the question and ask them, you know, how is it you're undecided? Because, I mean, the choices could not be any more different or glaring or opposite. Donald Trump is what Donald Trump is, and Kamala Harris is what she is. So I don't know. We'll see if anybody calls on that, but I think it'll be interesting. Johnny, what did you have for this?
Well, guys, does anybody, I'm sure most of you have crawl spaces under your home.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there was a Reddit user. She goes by the name Spring Chicken. She was doing some lawn cleanup in September. She lives in Oregon. And she noticed that the latch that leads to her crawl space in her house was undone.
Uh-oh.
She looked inside and she said all cobwebs were, there were no spider webs, no kind of webs at all. So it looked like it had been cleaned out, and found a makeshift bed and some clothing. And so she said, I'm sure someone was using the space, but she did want to call the authorities about the squatter. Now, this gal must be a lefty, is what I'm gathering. She says, we have an option to be kind.
Kind? He's living underneath her house.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's really creepy.
It is creepy, and I would not suggest anybody do this. Instead, she wrote the person a note offering support such as food, a phone for help with resources. She met her unexpected guest, whose name is Gabby, and connected her with a friend that could help her with shelter and, of course, mental health evaluation.
So it was a female. That surprises me.
Yeah, that surprises me too.
Okay, so I just noticed something. My attitude changed when it was a female.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
Johnny, what about you?
No, I wouldn't change.
Really?
I look at everybody the same. Sorry.
See,
when it comes to that,
I should too.
When
but
you're
for whatever
a
reason, trust me, you're right. For whatever reason, my attitude changed. But I think that she should throw the book at her, because clearly this woman needs a place to stay. How about prison?
Well, I was thinking, you ought to call the authorities. But see, I did that because we had a squatter that was in our area living in his car. I also found him walking from the woods between our house and the next door neighbor's house early one morning with a knapsack.
Mm-hmm.
I called Williamson County Sheriff's Department. They did nothing. They never came out.
Oh,
well, of course.
Yeah. So I don't know if, calling the authorities would help.
All right. So we're being Christian shamed.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And we should be,
77-32.
Yeah.
Wow. Espousing Christian values. How dare her? I told you, Joan.
Yeah, you did.
Be more Christian-like.
Yeah. I agree. As soon as it became a woman, then I felt the Christian come out of me. And I don't know, like, if it's a guy who's sleeping under your house, I feel like there's some something malicious about it.
Right.
But if it's a woman,
something deviant.
Yeah. And if it's a woman, I feel like that's a desperation.
And I understand the Christian side of it.
Yeah.
I totally do. But sometimes you have to use common sense. And common sense does not say, well, I'm going to feel like I'm going to turn the other. No, you don't. You're not going to survive in this world doing that.
No, I mean, I say things all the time, and I'm a Christian. And,
I am too.
And people will get on me about, well, that's not really Christian-like. I get that. I tend to be this doesn't always serve me well, but I tend to be a speak first and think later kind of guy. I understand that there are Christian values, but I also understand that there's law and order.
Yeah.
And you got to stand up for yourself, and that you'll be taken advantage of in this world if you don't stand up for yourself. I get it, though.
Well, and speaking as a Christian, there are plenty of resources for people like this that are squatters.
Yeah.
To get help. You can go to...
There's like a church on every block.
Yes. A Nashville Rescue Mission. You have Safe Haven. I mean, you have all kinds of outlets that can help you.
Now people are accusing us of double standards.
Fine.
Yeah. You know what? I don't blame them. I don't blame them for that.
Hold on,
okay,
Johnny.
so
Johnny,
here-
hold on,
here
hold
you
on,
go.
Johnny.
Here you go.
Hold on. Everybody hold on. Joan,
Yes.
are you shame spiraling?
I think I might be.
Welcome to my world.
So
This is what I feel like every single day.
0860
Yes.
says, when the squatter accidentally burns down your house from underneath. And yes, there are inherent dangers with somebody being under your house, and but still,
I'll tell you. So here's what I would say: man, woman, I don't care. They got to get out, and here's the reason why: because I just I might be nicer about it if it's a woman, but they can sue you. If something goes wrong and they step on a nail or they hit their head or whatever, they can literally sue you, and then they can go from underneath the house into your master bedroom because you got to leave the house.
Yes, and then if you're gone and they're squatting, a lot of times you can't get them out of the house legally.
It's exactly right. That is exactly.
I mean, you've got to use common sense. I don't care if you're Christian, Buddhist, whatever you are. You've got to use common sense. Unfortunately, this young lady didn't use common sense. She should have called someone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Because it could have turned nasty. I mean, you don't know who you're encountering.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what kind of person it is.
Well, and here's the other thing. A woman is just as likely as a man who might be mentally ill and try to kill you and your children.
Exactly.
So, yeah. I just assumed in that story it was going to be a man because, let's face it, oftentimes it's men that do these kinds of things.
Yes, it is.
That sounds like biased, or is that true?
Like no, I think that's true.
Is it true, Joan?
I think so.
I think it's just my life experience that is kicking in. I haven't seen any statistics. That just sounds like a very guy thing to do. However, I'm the guy that had a woman, Joan, you haven't heard the story, but I'm the guy who had a woman who was a squatter in his house and had 32 cats, and not all of them were alive. So I got screwed by a woman on that.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding.
Like, you were not living at the home at the time?
No, we rented out. We moved to New York for 2 years. We rented out our house. This nut job woman stopped paying rent, and then we had to get the sheriff, evict her, go through the legal process. It was awful.
Forever, yeah.
And meantime, my ex-wife and our two very small kids, like 3 and 5, we're living at a Red Roof Inn or something, and this woman is staying in our house for 3 months. It cost me thousands of dollars to get this woman out, and it was the most awful thing. And yeah, some of the cats were dead. It was
gosh, that's awful.
Yeah, it was not good. Anyway.
Yeah, so just the fact that that person was living under the house where they're, I've been under my house and there's spiders galore and bugs that I have never seen before in my life.
Mice.
There could be.
Right. Rats.
So, So, hey, clearly there is something wrong with, or
hey, I
that
love
person's
this.
not thinking well.
I love this, though, because some of the listeners are sticking up for us. John says, hey, Dan, you're based. Oh, wait a minute. He says biased. Damn it.
Oh, man.
Moving right along.
Right when we had hope.
That's exactly right.
If you're going to be a Christian, help them out in the way that's best and guide them to a homeless shelter or a church.
Look,
not
Jesus
the bottom
said,
of your...
take care of the sojourner and the widow. That's what he said. So.
And for the record, not once did Joan or I say that we would not take care of either one.
Right. That's true.
Either one's got to go.
They have to go. But yes, you should take care of them first.
Folks, if you want to come to our big election night party, go to our website, 997WTN. They do have these VIP tickets. Do you know what they're talking about? They're talking about, I made a joke about, do you call them bobbleheads?
Yes.
I made a joke about bobbleheads. And I said, maybe what we ought to do to push the VIP tickets is to sell bobbleheads of the hosts.
Yeah.
And I think they may, I've always wanted a bobblehead. So maybe they're going to do it.
You mean you've always wanted to be a bobblehead?
Yeah. I mean, I wanted a bobblehead of myself. Okay. Whatever. Anyway, so, but here's the conundrum. I think they can only afford to make one. So I said, well, there's 4 of us. And they said, yeah, but we can only afford to do, bobbleheads of one host.
Yeah. And they'll probably use it from another station.
Hey, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and give the bobbleheads of like Kenny Smooth. You know what we love Kenny. I'm just saying, sometimes they do weird things at this place. Yeah. Anyway, gotta go. Before we all get fired.
Your bobblehead would have a shiny head.
It sure would, the shining beacon of truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what the problem is? If they did the bobblehead of me, the shine, that actually costs more in bobblehead construction. Oh. It's cheaper probably to put hair on.
So then we can get like a Matt Murphy long hair.
Sure. Yeah. That's exactly right.
It would look like a Waylon Jennings bobblehead.
We know that it won't be Brian Wilson because that would take like extra materials. Because he's like...
Why is that, Dan?
He's a giant.
He's tall.
Oh, okay.
He's very tall. Long, tall Texan, that boy.
That's exactly right. So, all right.
I didn't think that's where you were going, but go ahead.
So maybe... So maybe there is a chance that they'll make a bobblehead of me because I would take, fewer materials, less materials, because I'm like all of 5'4", 5'5", something like that. So maybe. I don't know. You know what I do know? We're running late. It's 5:54. Go check out, get your VIP tickets. The event itself is free for everyone, and it's on election night. We're going to be at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. Check it out online, 997WTN.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
6 o'clock on the dot. Now I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are at 41 degrees right now, and we're headed up only to 61. Your forecast is still to come here. A lot of Tennesseans are headed to the polls today. It's the first day of early voting. Just remember, take your ID before you head out the door. A bystander's dash cam video led police to the man they say abducted a woman exercising at Antioch's Mill Run Greenway Park. Paul Park is his name. He's accused of attempting to rape Alyssa Lokitz and then shooting her to death when she cried out for help. This man tells Channel 4 he tried to come to her rescue.
Just panic, trying to help to the extent that I could and get. I called 911 and I was trying to get authorities there and get an ambulance there as fast as I could. I'm so sorry that this happened to her.
Now, the man arrested Paul Park. He's of Brentwood. He was charged with murder. He'll make his first court appearance sometime tomorrow. Text messages between an Impact Plastics plant supervisor and his daughter showed that workers were still at the factory long after Hurricane Helene floodwaters swamped that plant. Johnny Peterson's daughter, Alexis, says he sent a video of the flooded out parking lot at 10:44 a.m. Now, that was an hour and a half after the National Weather Service issued a flash flood warning, telling people to seek higher ground immediately.
He said that at that point, they better shut the plant down, but they had not.
It wasn't long after that last text there that he was swept away. She has filed a lawsuit against the company. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says about 100,000 customers are still without power in his state in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton, but that's down from more than 3 million just after Milton passed. In the meantime, there is news about the dog named Trooper.
We have an update on the dog that captured hearts during Hurricane Milton. Trooper was found standing in water tied to a fence along Interstate 75. Authorities say they've identified the dog's owner, who will now face animal cruelty charges, which could carry a 5-year prison sentence. The owner is quoted saying he couldn't find anyone to watch the dog while he evacuated before the storm.
That's Christiane Cordero from ABC News. Well, if it feels like gasoline is costing you more, you are right.
For months, gas prices have been mostly inching down, but in the past week, they've bumped back up about 4 cents a gallon, analysts say, because of back-to-back storms, Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, and the prices should level back out, barring any more storms. The Energy Department reports in the past week the average price of regular unleaded rose to $3.17 a gallon, still, though, 41 cents a gallon less than at this time last year. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Stocks, the futures market is flat this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. 24 eastbound lanes just past Joe B. Jackson Parkway. There's a crash that's blocking off the right lane. Also, a crash involving injuries at East Old Hickory Boulevard, east of Larkin Springs Road. Again, it's a crash there, and that one involves injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Today, what, Wednesday, the 16th of October? Is that what it is? All right, very good. So the vice president was on with Charlemagne the God yesterday, and I've got some audio from that. I'm listening to it. I'm listening to the podcast, watching the video, and it was clear that this was a friendly audience. And so, to be perfectly honest, there's not a lot here. There's not a lot of substance that is here, but there was some things that were asked and some things that I think do need to be addressed. One of the things I think that was really interesting is that leading up to this interview, we know that Kamala Harris, she has lost momentum, and certainly lost momentum with the black community. And so part of the problem and the challenge that she faces is that she knows that she is frankly not trusted by the black community. And so one of the things that she was asked is about reparations. I know you're shocked that she was asked about reparations, but here it is with Charlemagne.
Yes, I am running to be a president for all Americans. That being said, I do have clear eyes about the disparities that exist and the context in which they exist, meaning history, to your point. So my agenda, well, first of all, on the point of reparations, it has to be studied. There's no question about that. And
now, here's the deal with politicians that say that it has to be studied. Basically, it means that they don't want to answer the question. She doesn't want to answer the question where it's like, yes, I believe that black folks should get reparations. And she's not willing to say no. She won't give an answer either way. And so when you have politicians that say that it needs to be studied, then it needs to go to committee. They need to get, a whole bunch of folks and talk about it. But here's the thing. It's been studied. It's been studied literally many times. Most recently in the state of California, where Gavin Newsom came out. And Gavin Newsom comes out and he said, yes, we're going to have a panel on reparations, and they're going to study reparations. And as you know, they came back, the panel came back, the committee came back, and they demanded, some obscene amount of money. It was like a couple of $1 million per black person in California. And California is damn near, if not already bankrupt. And so Newsom ran as quickly as he could away from that. And it made him look really bad because here he comes up with the study. He comes up with, this panel of people to study reparations. And then they come back with a non-serious number. And by the way, I'm against reparations, obviously. But they come back with this number that was absolutely ridiculous. And then Newsom looks like a complete idiot. And I believe that was one of the moments where people looked at Gavin Newsom as the clown that he is. Fox News has the headline, Harris refuses to deviate from the same talking points, and that is essentially true. Here's more of that conversation regarding reparations.
And I've been very clear about that position. In terms of my immediate plan, I will tell you a few of the following. One, as it relates to the economy, which is a lot of what you have addressed. Look, I grew up in the middle class. My mother, worked hard, raised me and my sister, and by the time I was in high school, she was able to afford our first home.
I do understand that she needs to say and repeat the same talking points over and over. But when she starts going down the road of, I was born middle-class family, that whole thing, it's like, oh, no, is she really going to say that again? Because Saturday Night Live made fun of her last weekend for that. Remember, I played you the audio. It's really funny. So it's clear that the majority, if not all of the people in that room with Charlemagne and Kamala Harris, their mind is already made up.
You have two choices, or you don't vote, but you have two choices if you do. And it's two very different visions for our nation. One mind that is about taking us forward and progress and investing in the American people, investing in their ambitions, dealing with their challenges. And the other, Donald Trump, is about taking us backward.
The other is about fascism. Why can't we just say it?
Yes, we can say that.
All right, so Charlemagne says that Donald Trump is a fascist. Now, that is a term that, and I've said this 1,000 times, so I apologize. Just, let me say this. Let me get my 10 seconds in. When you call Donald Trump a fascist, and when you talk about Republicans as fascists, well, basically what you're doing is you're calling us, Hitler and the Nazis. And so what you're doing is number one, you're making an anti-Semitic comment, because when you sanitize what Hitler did, then by calling Donald Trump basically Hitler, you're sanitizing Hitler. That's number one. Number two, if Donald Trump was going to come in and be a fascist, well, he would have done that during his first term in office, but he didn't. So this is just one of those little talking points that Charlemagne and Kamala, they can just throw around because nobody's going to call them out on, number one, how historically stupid that is. But number two, you have Donald Trump, who is one of the most pro-Israel presidents that we've ever had. And so this really wasn't an interview where there is anything groundbreaking. It was, quite frankly, as Fox News points out, it is full of talking points and a very friendly interview.
Why do you allow them to call you the border czar when that's not even that wasn't your role?
I'm not giving him permission for that.
Oh, you're right. But I mean, you don't push back on it because that wasn't your role.
Fact checkers have made that clear. Look, if I responded to every name he called me, I wouldn't be focused on the things that actually help the American people, and that's my focus.
So here's the deal with the border czar, and the commentary that she's a border czar. She wasn't a border czar. So when everybody was celebrating that Kamala Harris had this really big role within the Biden administration as the border czar, nobody had anything to say about it. They were celebrating Kamala Harris as the border czar. But now that they're using it against her, now that Republicans and Trump are using it against her, well, then suddenly, oh, no, she wasn't the border czar. Right. But there are montages out there of TV stations and, people on MSNBC and CNN that are identifying Kamala Harris as the border czar. But if you want to just talk about, okay, well, she wasn't really the border czar. Sure, her job was to work with, some of these countries about all of these people leaving their countries and coming into America. Her job supposedly was to investigate the push factors. The push factors meaning if you are in Venezuela, why are you wanting to leave Venezuela? What is that push factor that is pushing you away from your home state or home nation and coming to ours? Well, guess what? She failed at that too. So no matter the way you look at it, she is a failure at doing anything related to illegal immigration, which, speaking of which, she was asked about that. Details straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the road on WTN. Thank you very much. 6:16 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy and a high of 62, right now 41 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Going through some of the relevant audio from Kamala Harris and her hour-long interview with Charlemagne. And to be honest with you, I think I've got a total of like 45 seconds of audio. There really wasn't anything groundbreaking. There really wasn't anything that would, in my mind, somebody watched that interview, they're going to say, well, that's the person I want to vote for. I just don't think there was a lot there. And of course, the problem is that Charlemagne is a friend. Charlemagne is a supporter. And so he didn't really ask her any tough questions. He did have one question regarding illegal immigration.
But doesn't the Biden administration have to take some blame for the border, though? A lot of the blame? Because, I mean, the first 3 years, y'all did get a lot of things wrong with the border.
No, Charlemagne, within hours of being inaugurated, the first bill we passed before we did the Inflation Reduction Act, before we did the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, before we did the Safer Communities Act to deal with gun violence, first thing we dropped was a bill to fix the broken immigration system.
So here's the thing. That's not all they did. They also executive ordered many of the Donald Trump policies that kept our nation secure and our border safe and protected our sovereignty. Joe Biden came in and he wiped all of that away via executive order. And so they're leaving out the part, Kamala Harris, of course, conveniently leaving out the part where Joe Biden stopped all deportations, where Joe Biden eventually stopped the Remain in Mexico policy. He came out and he announced that all construction on the border wall was to stop. I mean, he had, I've heard people say, 94 executive orders that ultimately did away with almost, if not everything, that Donald Trump did to protect our country. And you heard what Kamala Harris said. She said, well, Charlemagne, no, we did this, this, and this. And here's the thing. I'm not, if they're Democrats and if that's their policy, if that's what they want to do, fine. But don't run from it. Own it. Confirm that Donald Trump is the racist that you claim that he is and talk about how racist his policies were, like Remain in Mexico, like building the wall, and call him out and prove that his policies made him a racist and how you made America better. Lean into it. Don't run from it. At the very least, try and be honest. But you see, I don't think that they have the ability to be honest because they can't defend what they've done. And Charlemagne was right to ask the question. The follow-up to that question, though, and hopefully Brett Baer, who is out there asking America what we feel like he should ask Kamala Harris. Brett, if you happen to be listening, here's what I would say. On day one, you were fond of saying that you dropped legislation to fix our broken immigration system. Well, that's all fine. That's your talking point. But what he also needs to ask is, what about the executive orders? What about eliminating the Remain in Mexico policy? What about the moratorium on deportations? What about announcing to the world that it's okay to come? Remember, Joe Biden did that in the primary. Expanding amnesty. I mean, all of these things, stopping construction on the wall, all of these things led to what we saw. And so her talking point is about how they wanted to fix the broken immigration system, but you've got to ask the follow-up question. The follow-up question, what about the executive orders? Now, here's the funny thing about Kamala Harris is that, and I made note of this last night on Red Out Radio, she's got some new talking points. I mean, they're not substantive. Please understand, they're not substantive, but she does have in her administration, her campaign, has some new talking points. For example, Ian Sams, they're all talking about it. Ian Sams was on CNN where they talk about and question Donald Trump's mental fitness.
I want to ask you about something you posted on social media that is related to this. You posted a side-eye emoji in response to Trump dropping out of a planned interview with CNBC, alluding again to Trump's mental fitness. Now, the vice president was invited to appear with them but declined. She also declined to be at that Bloomberg conversation, or to have a conversation with Bloomberg, I should say. She also declined an interview with Time Magazine. Declining media hits really isn't an indicator of mental fitness, is it?
Well, I think anybody who thinks that the vice president's dodging tough questions should tune in tomorrow when she sits down with Fox News for an interview. And so I think she's out there taking questions even from really tough corners. Today, his appearance at Bloomberg was the first event he has done in one entire month with a mainstream media outlet. Everything else has been in conservative media or friendly spaces.
I really, Ian Sams? Because that is literally what your candidate has been doing for the last 70 days. She went on The View. She's been on Charlemagne. I don't know where else she's been. That really lame interview with Dana Bash. I mean, we all know the answers to these talking points. But here's the other thing that she is doing. She's out there. She herself is calling Donald Trump weak and stable. You remember this audio bite.
And here's the thing. It makes you wonder. Why does his staff want him to hide away? One must question. Are they afraid that people will see that he is too weak and unstable to lead America? Is that what's going on?
Oh, Lord have mercy. I think what I need to do, Johnny, is on days where I am really, really tired, and I know that I might sleep through my alarm, just use that as my alarm, because that'll wake me up out of a dead sleep. That is like a nightmare.
Well, when you want to give me a headache, Dan, play that. That'll do it.
I do think, and after 6:30, we're going to talk to Matthew Hurt coming up after 6:30, and I'll ask him about this because I'm running late. But here's the thing. I was watching a podcast. I mentioned this overnight on Red Eye Radio. But I was watching a podcast with a couple of black guys, and they played that audio. And they were saying this is awfully Hillary Clinton-esque. I don't think it's sexist to say. I just think it's a description. She sounds shrill. And so did I right there, and I apologize. But that's what she sounds like. And so when you are out there and you're trying to get, I'm going to air quote this, the black vote, but you sound like that, that's going to turn everybody off. Details on more of what Kamala Harris is doing out on the campaign trail coming up. 624 in Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Joan Jones, what is coming up in the news at 6:30?
Want to let you know that today is the day that you can begin early voting in the state of Tennessee. Also, a man has been arrested in connection with Monday night's murder at Antioch Greenway Park. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. It's 6:24. Dan Mandis here for Paul Winkler, one of the smartest guys that I know. And Paul has been helping people retire for years now, and he's helping me retire. He's got a big workshop that is coming up on Medicare. Medicare, that is a huge expense for a lot of different reasons. And Paul is bringing in a Medicare expert to go through what Medicare covers, what it does not cover, what it costs, and how to enroll, among other things. Now, this is going to be really informative on a really complicated issue. But Paul Winkler and his guests, they're going to break it all down so you know exactly what to do when it is time for you to sign up. But there's more to this conversation than just signing up for Medicare. There's also the discussion of staying healthy. That is going to be covered as well. Arm yourself with information with Paul Winkler. Again, this is going to be a great event. It's happening on October 17th. It is a free seminar, and all the details are at paulwinkler.com/webinar. That's paulwinkler.com/webinar.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. .629 Nashville's Morning News. Homeowners, listen up. The Fed has taken action, lowering rates for the first time in years. And Loan Pronto has followed suit by lowering mortgage rates. Big time. Dan Mandis here, and Loan Pronto just locked in a homeowner at 4.59% APR. That is the lowest in 2 years. So whether you got your loan last month or last year, it is time to call Loan Pronto and dump that high rate loan. You can lock in a lower rate fast with virtually no paperwork and usually no appraisal. You know, there's no limit as to how many times you can refi on your home, so get started today. Even if you're in the process with another lender, give Loan Pronto a call, and if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. Purchase loans available as well, so call now and get your rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Good morning and welcome in. It is now 6:30 at Super Talk 99.7, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We're at 41 degrees, and we're only getting to 61 later on today. And we may be experiencing some frost in some areas this morning, so stick around for the forecast. It's coming up in just a moment. Well, a lot of Tennesseans will head to their polling places today. This is the first day of early voting. You want to grab your ID before you head out the door. A bystander's dash cam video led police to a man they say abducted a woman exercising at Antioch's Mill Run Greenway Park. Paul Park is his name. He's accused of attempting to rape Alyssa Lokitz and then shooting her to death when she cried out for help. This man tells Channel 4 that he tried to come to her rescue.
Trying to help to the extent that I could and get, I called 911 and I was trying to get authorities there and get an ambulance there as fast as I could. I'm so sorry that this happened to her.
Paul Park of Brentwood was arrested. He's been charged with murder. He'll make his first court appearance tomorrow. Well, if it feels like gasoline is costing you more, you are right.
For months, gas prices have been mostly inching down, but in the past week, they've bumped back up about 4 cents a gallon, analysts say, because of back-to-back storms, Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, and the prices should level back out, barring any more storms. The Energy Department reports in the past week, the average price of regular unleaded rose to $3.17 a gallon. Still, though, 41 cents a gallon less than at this time last year. Alex Stone, EBC News.
A Putnam County judge reprimanded for accepting a guilty plea from a man who ran into his car, and then the judge ordered that man to pay him restitution. A panel of investigative judges dismissed the case and in a statement noted that the case undermines public confidence in the judicial system. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. USS. Dan Mandis here. Thanks for listening. All this rain that we're going to get in the next couple of months, you could end up with water in your crawl space or your basement, and that moisture could be an indication that you've got waterproofing issues, and it also means that you need to call my friends at USS United Structural Systems. Now, this could be a little problem about to get bigger, or it could be nothing at all. It could be something serious. But the bottom line here is you've got to call the experts in waterproofing. So if you see water or moisture in your basement or crawl space, this is the company to call, USS. They come out to your house as problem solvers, and their ultimate goal is to give you the peace of mind you need by making sure that you understand what's happening. So if you need waterproofing, call the company that I endorse. I'm actually a client. USS, they've been keeping homes dry and stable for years, and that is why homeowners trust USS. 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, online at USSTN.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Just one travel spot at the moment, and it's at the airport. 40 westbound lanes at International Airport. It's a crash, and it's blocking the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. .638 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to get right to the Newsmaker Hotline. Matthew Hurt is joining us. And Matthew, always great to have you on. So let's launch right into the news of the day. First of all, Kamala Harris, I was just playing audio from her, whatever you want to call it, town hall, her interview with Charlemagne. She said that she was going to send reparations to be studied. Now, there's a number of things that she talked about in this interview. Again, I just got done playing a lot of the audio. But, give me your thoughts on whether you believe that this will help her with the support of the black community.
Well, you are absolutely right, Dan. In the Tennessee General Assembly, anytime legislators send something to a summer study session, it means they want to squirrel it away and not actually do anything about it. So this is Kamala Harris's political attempt to thread the needle for a largely black audience for something that would have to make its way through the Congress and will not make its way through the Congress, particularly if the electoral outcome at the state level for Congress and for United States Senate plays out the way it looks like it's going to do. Yeah. So she's trying to make a promise to an audience that she knows she can't keep, but she believes they're not smart enough to understand the difference.
Well, and it hasn't reparations, and I don't want to get sidetracked on this, so just give me a general answer. But, I mean, we know that reparations has been studied, and certainly the last one was in California where Gavin Newsom came up with some sort of a committee or a panel or whatever it was, and the whole thing turned into an absolute joke. And they came back demanding, that each black person in California needed a couple $1 million, if I remember right.
The kind of reparations that would work are economic freedom zones, lower taxes, police officers with the resources to make the community safe in places like Memphis and Detroit and Atlanta. in Los Angeles that would then allow communities of color, African American, black communities, to go out and do what they need to do to achieve their American dream. We know, particularly from waves of immigrants who come to this country, that in the first and second generations, those immigrants who focus on education for their children and focus on working hard are much more likely to achieve the American dream, and that's exactly the kind of economic and political success that would work in black communities.
All right, so I played some audio. I'll replay it for you. I want your opinion on it because I always get nervous when I go down this road, and I don't really know why. But, you know, there was this audio from Kamala that it really did make the rounds just because she does sound very shrill.
And here's the thing. It makes you wonder.
And she's doing the pondering, you know, chin in the hand thing.
Why does his staff want him to hide away? One must question. Are they afraid that people will see that he is too weak and unstable to lead America? Is that what's going on?
Whew. So maybe you heard it, maybe you didn't, but I was watching some podcasts, listening to some interviews, and she's trying to bring along the black support, and I was watching the response of black voters to that audio bite and to various moments like that where she sounds like that, and some said she sounds like Hillary Clinton, and we know that Hillary, you know, she had her own problems with the black community and America in general. So do you think that when she sounds like that and she acts like that, that is going to lead to people really being turned off because she's over the top?
There are two or three elements at play here. The first is the way that she sounds, and voters will make a subconscious decision about whether they like her or not. And that voice, that tone, that delivery style is obnoxious to a lot of voters. So it will play into the decision of voters. The second item here is Donald Trump is seen as strong by voters on the economy. Yep. He's seen as strong by voters on foreign policy, and she's trying to draw that contrast. And the third thing that we saw play out over the weekend is this wave of black intellectuals and social media influencers trying to chide or criticize black men for peeling away from the Democratic Party, seeing that 10 or 12 or 15% more black men are going to vote for Donald Trump, and they're in panic mode because in states like Pennsylvania, in states like Michigan, in states like Georgia, these numbers are going to make a significant impact in who wins the state. And if it continues to trend this way, black men may help deliver the White House to Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I forgive me, all the days are running together. I don't know when the last time I spoke to you was, but Barack Obama and now Kamala Harris, you know, chiding the black community and chiding black men for not supporting Kamala Harris and possibly supporting Donald Trump, calling them sexist and calling them misogynist. It doesn't seem like that's the right way to win friends and influence people. And I don't think that that's going to have a positive impact or result for the vice president.
It's not going to, and if for your listeners who pay attention on Twitter, there's a radical leftist by the name of Nina Turner, a black woman, who has called out Kamala Harris and the Democratic infrastructure on this criticism alone. She says that attacking black men is not going to bring them home to the Democratic Party, and I think that is a very relevant and real criticism of the strategy of Kamala Harris and the Democratic campaign.
I was going to say, it's Barack Obama's strategy too. He's the one that's out there doing that. I'm sure Bill Clinton is doing the same darn thing. So it's almost like, and I've said this before, but it's almost like they either subconsciously or whatever, but they don't want her to win because they're making these horrible mistakes.
I think these decisions are being made in desperation. We see polling averages, and again, these critical states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, and others, where the lead is evaporated, and Donald Trump now holds a 1 or 2 point lead in every single poll in some of these states. And there is an air of desperation that we're seeing not only from the campaign, but from her apologists in the mainstream media who are starting to make excuses for her performance.
6:45 on WTN. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. .46 on Super Talk 99.7. Partly cloudy today, a high of 62, 41 now at Super Talk 99.7. WTN, our grassroots political analyst, Matthew Hurt, is on the phone with us. Matthew, there's a lot of polling that's going around, and Lord knows I don't want to trigger people by talking about polling, but it is looking good. And especially it seemed like when Monday came, there was even a bigger switch where it was obvious that Kamala Harris is losing that momentum. You were talking about some polling in Virginia.
The early voting numbers in Virginia actually tend to fare better, or are faring better, than they did in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won by 60,000 votes, and in 2023 when Republicans actually got the most votes cast in Virginia. We're polling, the early vote numbers of modeled voters, modeled Republicans and Democrats, look better even than in 2023. We expected a swing toward the Democrats over the weekend when Northern Virginia extra polling locations opened up, but that did not happen, and it appears as though this is going to be a 1 or 2 point race currently in Donald Trump's favor in Virginia. And if that is the case, then Pennsylvania, then Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, all of the states, Wisconsin, that are considered swing states, could go to Donald Trump on election night. But, Dan, and this is an important point, polls don't vote, the people do.
Yep.
And so it's important to take the enthusiasm and the momentum from these headlines, from these poll numbers, and take it out into the communities and make the case for voters.
And don't get complacent, folks. I mean, I here on the morning show, we are all going to go early vote today. It's Tennessee, of course, and it's the day one of early voting. We're all going to make that commitment today, and we hope that everybody does as well who is listening, because I do know there's some people that want to do it on the big day. But to me, it's critically important that we all get out early and early vote. So what are your expectations of Bret Baier and the interview with Kamala Harris? He's out there. I don't know if you saw this, Matthew, but Bret Baier actually put it out there and said, what do you want me to ask Kamala Harris? And so I'll ask you, what do you want Bret Baier to ask Kamala Harris?
I think Bret Baier is going to ask serious questions, and what we see, one of the top lines in the polls that we're seeing, is that the more voters see Kamala Harris, the more likely they are to support Donald Trump. And so this is a tremendous opportunity. I think that Bret Baier is a fair newsman. He's going to ask good questions, and it will be up to Kamala Harris to answer those questions. Now, you and I and the listeners know that when given fair and sometimes tough questions, she's unable to do that. So I think this will be a not insignificant bump in her ability to connect with voters. And by that, I mean she's not going to come out of this interview looking any better. It's not going to change any minds of the viewers who would otherwise watch, but we may have some newsworthy and noteworthy clips.
You know, what I find interesting is it looks like Donald Trump and Kamala Harris both may be vying for an interview with Joe Rogan. I don't know if you saw that, but I do find what's that?
Well, I saw that, and I've said this for months. Joe Rogan is the most consequential platform that ties culture and politics together. He gets, 12 million listeners on a single episode, 40+ million over the course of a month. It would be significant, and I think that Joe Rogan is ignorant about most political things, and that's not a bad thing, but he asks very good questions, and he allows the guests to answer those questions at length, and I think this appearance perspective of Donald Trump or Kamala Harris could be a net positive for both of them. It certainly would benefit Donald Trump more.
Do you know who I think that, and look, everybody knows I don't like Kamala Harris, so I'm going to say this, that Trump, he can absolutely sit, because if you listen to Rogan, you know that he'll go 3 hours. Can you imagine Kamala Harris trying to sit through a 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan?
And what we've seen is when Donald Trump or when Kamala Harris do these podcast interviews, Theo Vaughn or Call Her Daddy or whatever interviews they're doing, they tend to only go about an hour. So this will be, if they appear on Joe Rogan, they're not going to go much longer than an hour, and that will be inconsistent with most of Rogan's interview guests.
I think that Rogan, you said that he's ignorant about things political. He has said that himself. So you Joe Rogan fans who haven't heard him say that, he fully admits that he's not a political guy. I think that's what makes him so dangerous to Kamala Harris, because he'll ask those questions and he'll just ask a question like, well, wait a minute. You're in charge of the border for 3.5 years. We had all these illegal aliens coming over. And then she'll say, well, on day one, we had the immigration, fixing the immigration bill and all that kind of stuff. But then he'll say, but you still had all these people coming over. He's lethal in that way.
You're absolutely right in that regard. He also experiences, Joe Rogan has a bit of what I would call recency bias. That is to say, the interviews that he engages in are heavily influenced by the most recent interviews that he has held. And so if he were to interview Donald Trump first, I think the questions to Kamala Harris would be more in line with Donald Trump. And if he were to interview Kamala Harris first, you would see a much greater opportunity for Donald Trump to insult and prod and poke Kamala Harris. So it's sort of a no-win situation for Kamala Harris and a win-win situation, regardless of the order of these interviews, for Donald Trump.
And I think that Joe Rogan is going to get a lot more out of both of these candidates than CNN or ABC or Charlemagne, certainly. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Matthew Hurt, how can people find you on Twitter?
You can find me on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right. Thank you very much. Always appreciate it. And it is 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan Jones, what is going on here? Hold on. I can't do this without the bed, Joan. There we go.
I needed that. Thank you.
I almost played the Kamala Harris audio as your intro, and I think we're going to retire that for today. Although, you know what I may do? Because you said that Chris Hand, he's a vote on election day kind of guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to play that audio for Chris Hand to try to motivate him to go and early vote. Do you think, Johnny, it'll work?
Probably not.
Okay.
I think we should use duct tape and tape his headphones on and then play it.
That's exactly right.
Out. Yeah, we'll get him.
I'll play it really loud. All right, what's coming up?
Okay, so we know now why I-24 was shut down for hours overnight. Also, a man arrested in the attempted rape and murder of a woman out for a run in a local park. Those stories are coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. At 6:54, Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call Cove Generators, because right now they're offering you a free 7-year warranty. That is over $1,000 value. So if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is the time to do it. Plus, great financing options are also now available. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer here in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. You get that free 7-year warranty, over $1,000 value. 931-559-3311. They can also service your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you own. 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
Good morning, 7:01 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, if you've been chomping at the bit to cast your ballot in the presidential race, now's the time. Polling places are open now for early voting in Tennessee, and they will be through October 31st. Traffic on I-24 near Joe B. Jackson Highway in Murfreesboro was completely blocked for hours starting around 2 o'clock this morning. Well, we're just learning now that the problem was a police-involved shooting, which was confirmed to News 2 by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. At the scene, a dark-colored van was pulled over with its back doors open and a huge police presence surrounding that van. The roadway is now open to traffic, and we'll pass along any information about what happened there as soon as we learn more details. Well, Metro Police arrested a 29-year-old man in connection to a deadly shooting on the Mill Creek Greenway in Antioch Monday night. Police posting a video of a handcuffed Paul Park of Brentwood being helped out of a patrol car and walked into booking. Channel 4 caught up with folks at the Mill Creek Greenway Park.
That today that people can't go out and walk anymore, without fearing for their life. I guess, we talked about earlier, I might want to get some pepper spray.
The victim was 34-year-old Alyssa Lokitz. She lived just minutes away from the Greenway. She was a graduate of Vanderbilt, where she earned her PhD in neuroscience. People in the neighborhood say she was always a friendly face. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Stocks slipped yesterday from the lofty heights they had climbed on Monday. The Dow yesterday gave up 325 points to close at 42,740. The S&P lost 0.75%. The Nasdaq Composite surrendered 1%. Analysts anticipate rough waters ahead as investors navigate earnings season and the presidential election. The strike by over 30,000 Boeing machinists has entered its second month with no sign of ending anytime soon. Talks broke down last week with the plane maker pulling its latest offer off the table.
Dow futures at the moment are ahead 15 points, and the Nasdaq futures plus 28. S&P futures, they're ahead by 3. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Big problems this morning, Murfreesboro. It's 24 in the westbound lanes just past Medical Center Parkway, exit 76. A crash, and the right entrance lane has been blocked off. Careful in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Everyone excited for the Brett Baier interview with Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm thinking of all the questions, because, Brett Baier, he said online on social media, what do you want me to ask Kamala Harris? I mean, my first thought was, would you please drop out? But whatever. No. She's going to sit with Brett Baier. We'll have to see how good or bad it is. It just depends on how tough Brett Baier is. And it's all in the follow-ups. That's the big thing. It is all in the follow-up, so we need to see how that goes. I think that for Kamala Harris, she does run the risk of trying to answer questions that she's not prepared to answer, and that's when, the word salad begins. Now, a couple of other things, because I think that there's a lot of audio out there of Kamala Harris, and that's all fine, well, and good. But I want to play for you a piece of audio. It's been a minute since we heard from our friend Joy Reid. And so she had this to say, of course, about Donald Trump and the election, et cetera.
And some Democrats are starting to believe the disinformation, too. Have you noticed how sharply the polls have shifted in Trump's favor over the last couple weeks? With these claims that Trump is surging with black and Latino voters and leading in every single swing state, according to secret internal polls, despite all the Hitler talk. Yes, this race will be far too close. Because unfortunately, we do have a fascist groundswell in parts of this country, mainly among white men, let's be clear, but in small pockets among black and brown men, too. This happens to be a global phenomenon as women become more economically independent and seek positions of power.
So that is the nonsensical and joyless Joy Reid. And so as I'm listening to that, number one, I mean, you've got all of these accusations about how Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler, fascism, and the rest of that nonsense. But, when you listen to Joy Reid, and you listen to Oprah Winfrey, and you listen to Joy Behar, you're talking about three people and all these other Democrat politicians and these Democrat celebrities and so forth, but they don't speak for or relate to the American people. If you do nothing else today, I want you to go to my feed on X at Dan Mandis Show, because I posted something way earlier today. It was overnight, but it's pretty much at the top of the feed. And it is the testimony of a woman, a Democrat, and she's black. And she's got a message for people like Joy Reid. Here's what she has to say.
I did not grow up a middle-class child, and I am not a middle-class person right now. When I talk about the struggle, I'm talking about what's real. And I know most of the Democrats, liberals, and leftists are out here just living their best life, so much so that they run up to our comment sections and try to beat us with bootstraps. I did not grow up a middle-class kid. And even though I keep reaching for it and reaching for it, it did not come from my kids either. And I'm still reaching for it, and I'm still reaching for it. I can't seem to grasp it.
I mean, this is very powerful, because you hear Kamala Harris, you hear Joy Reid, and you hear a lot of these other folks, and they talk about Donald Trump and fascism and the rest of that nonsense. But see, down here in the real world, on the streets and in the homes and around the kitchen tables of Americans all across the country, there's people like this. People that are really, truly struggling. And you'll have Kamala Harris, and you'll have Joe Biden, and you'll have some of these economists that will come out and they'll tell you the economy's great, the economy's fine. Look at all of these different indicators. We're living in great times in America, thanks to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. There's a lot of Americans, including this woman, who simply don't buy that, because that's not what they're experiencing.
And I will make no apologies for feeling like my voice is at least worth something, even if my pockets ain't. Even if I don't own anything, I own this. and I am going to use it, whether they like it or not. And nobody has to pay me for it. All those people in my comment section, Trump is paying you, white supremacists paying you. I got $15.37 in my bank account right now, and I'm hungry. Nobody is paying me to speak what is real. It is real for me.
And that's the whole point. This poor woman has $15.37 in her bank account. She's hungry and she's struggling, and she posts whatever it is on her social media. And so then all of these other people, all of these vile, mean, nasty Kamala Harris supporters start going after her in the comment section. And oftentimes when you listen to Kamala Harris and you listen to politicians, generally speaking, it's all about platitudes. That's what Kamala Harris right now is engaged in. It's a lot of platitudes. Meantime, you've got this woman who's got $15.37 in her bank account, and she is posting about her frustrations, and she is getting absolutely hammered by Kamala Harris supporters.
Don't tell me to get an education. I got it. Don't tell me to get a better job. My job is pretty good. I make pretty good money. I cannot afford this rent. I cannot afford to get back and forth and pay for groceries and everything else. I can't. And even though you on the left and everybody else seems to be having parties at Obama's and Diddy's house with Oprah and the rest of the celebrities, a lot of us over here don't have that privilege. I would appreciate it if y'all didn't come and just rub it in. You look poor. I am poor. You need a better job. I need 2 jobs. Either you help or you keep your highfalutin Democrat business to yourself.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that woman is going viral. And it's really sad because, despite what the Democrats will tell you, in our world right now, for a lot of folks, just like that woman, there's not a lot of joy, as Oprah Winfrey and others will tell you. There's simply not. And so the problem that the Democrats now have, the problem that Kamala Harris now has, is that if she's going to run around, and Oprah Winfrey and the 2 joyless joys and so on and so forth, they're going to try to run around and try to convince the American people that there is joy in America. And don't get me wrong, there is joy. But for some people who are really struggling because of the really, really high grocery prices, or the fact that a lot of people are mired in debt because they had to use their credit cards to pay for their groceries and their bills, there's not a lot of joy. There's a lot of tears, and there's a lot of struggling. And so if you want to see that entire 3-minute monologue, if you will, from that woman, feel free to. It's very moving. It's very powerful. And it is very truthful, as a matter of fact. It is 7:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and it's time to check the traffic. Thank you very much. 7:16 on Super Talk 99.7. Partly cloudy today and a high of 62 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. All right, so there's a lot going on. Alejandro Mayorkas. Now, you may recall, we talked about this a long time ago, but we did tell you 30% of the cameras at the border are not working. They're not functional. They're literally dark. Shocking story, actually, especially when you consider that back in April, Alejandro Mayorkas was asked about these cameras and if they were working.
Today, I'm asking you, has this technology been operational since you took the post?
I would like to get back to you if there's any deficit in its operational capability.
Senator, I'd be pleased to get back to you on that.
Has the system ever gone down under your tenure?
I'd be very pleased to provide you with that subsequent to this hearing.
Yeah. How can you tell how many gotaways you're reporting if you don't know when this technology is working or not working? In other words, how do we know that the 2 million known gotaways is a good number?
Senator, the individuals on the ground in U.S. Customs and Border Protection have visibility of the operational capability of the equipment they use. They oversee counting the number of individuals who evade detection to the best.
But you rely on technology to observe those as well, and you don't know if your technology is working or not working.
Senator, I believe I've answered the question.
No, you really didn't. That's what's so frustrating about you interview Congressman Mark Green or, some of the other folks that have dealt with Alejandro Mayorkas and his testimony, and they will tell you that he is an absolute master at using words but saying nothing at all. Now, that was back in April. We are now in October 16th. So between April, when it's clear there was a problem, Mayorkas said, let me get back to you. I'm going to check it out. Obviously, either he never checked it out or he did check it out and he chose not to fix those 150 out of 500 cameras. The Border Patrol has been trying to get these fixed for a while now, and you just heard the audio from Mayorkas back in April, 6 months ago. He didn't know what cameras were working and which ones weren't. At least that's what he said. Now, these cameras, of course, as you know, really important, obviously. Julian Ainsley is with NBC News. She is a Homeland Security correspondent.
Basically, the reason these cameras are so important is because when we talk to the administration about what they do to stop immigrants, if they don't, or spot immigrants or illegal drugs coming across the border, if they can't put a person at every spot, they always turn to these cameras and they say, look, Trump's wall isn't nearly as important as surveillance. And so the fact that there would have been this major outage, this is 150 out of 500, that meant something. I wanted to know, are there areas of the border that simply are invisible? Yep. And they said, yes, there are some very remote areas where they don't have people. If the camera goes down, they can't see who's coming across.
Well, that's why we don't know actually how many gotaways have come across our southern border, because we just don't have the cameras for it. And I want you to think about the headlines we've seen, not to belabor the point, but ISIS-affiliated radicals coming across our border, fighting-age males from every country that hates us coming across as well. We've got Americans being killed across the country by these illegal aliens. Entire apartment complexes are being taken over by these Venezuelan gang members, and our Border Patrol agents are flying blind at the border. Now we have a story out of New York this morning. 50% of the robberies in Times Square are being committed by 20 Venezuelan gang members. Now, the media will somehow try to blame Republicans for killing the bipartisan border deal, but here's the deal. The government gets taxpayer monies, right? They get our money. They get a big bucket of our money, a big bucket of funds. How they spend it is up to them. Now, they spent $175 billion on Ukraine and $650 million settling these illegal aliens. But we can't apparently spend the money to get these cameras fixed.
It's actually the Federal Aviation Administration that is responsible for contracting the people to handle these cameras. So CBP turns to the FAA then has to go to their contractors to go out into the field and handle this. In fact, in that memo we obtained, CBP is thinking about trying to end their affiliation with FAA, try to get FAA to stop running these cameras so they can go directly to the contractors because they don't think they can handle the scale of what they need.
Well, then the other problem that we have with the FAA is they are very much into DEI. And we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 722, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 7:30?
Well, we now know what stopped traffic on I-24 in the early morning hours. And police in Franklin say, hold on to your purse when you're in the grocery store. That's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, Johnny, make a note. You hold on to that purse, buddy.
Or your wallet. Oh,
or your wallet.
Goodness.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I don't wear the man
You
purse.
sexist.
Wow.
We're just going to add that to the list of Janisms.
going to add that to the list of grievances from Johnny and Joan. All right, moving
I have
right
an
along.
appointment with Human Services down the hall. And
It's a good thing
10
we
o'clock.
outsourced them to India. Good luck on getting them on the phone.
All right.
I'm totally kidding. For the love of all that is holy, if anybody in management's listening, I'm just kidding. I love you all. 723 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for Window Nation, my window company. Now, I really appreciate what Window Nation can offer you because of what they did for me. Window Nation put new windows in my basement studio, my bedroom, and my kitchen. Now, right now, prime window buying season it is because the weather is about to turn even colder. So if your windows are going to allow the warm air out and the cold air in this winter, you need to act right now. And Window Nation is looking out for you with a great special going on. You're going to buy 2 windows. You're going to get 2 free. And they're not going to charge you any interest for 2 full years. And you're not going to pay anything for 2 years. That is a great deal. Now, Window Nation, they've got over 33,000 5-star reviews on Google and a big 5-star review from my house. Now, your new windows can be installed in a day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. Now, don't forget that great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That is a great deal. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
729 on WTN.
Trump killed the bill. The bill was being written by senior Republicans in the Senate, and he killed the bill.
Well,
why?
A lot of people are pushing back on former President Bill Clinton. I've got some commentary on this and a whole lot more straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, 729. Friends, it is October, and that means that Halloween is just a few weeks away, and Busy Bee is celebrating by giving you some great deals on your HVAC and your plumbing. Now, they are your Root Pro partners, and they're giving you 50% off a furnace inspection and 20% off of any furnace repair work at the time of service. How about $300 off of an ultraviolet home treatment system installation? Now, don't forget, always remember, the Beehive Club. As a Beehive member, you'll receive 3 annual tune-ups, 1 cooling, 1 heating, and 1 plumbing. 10% discount on all repairs, priority, front-of-the-line service, no overtime or holiday fees, and so much more. All of this for as little as $99. Now, I've been a Beehive member from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling for over 10 years. These are great people, and they provide great service. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee HVAC, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. It's now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Our high temps today, only 61 degrees. What a chilly start to our day, too. We're currently at 41. Well, an early morning police-involved shooting shut down the eastbound lanes of I-24 near Murfreesboro. This happened about 2 o'clock this morning. Traffic was backed up for miles behind the scene where a dark-colored van was parked with both back doors wide open. There were at least a dozen police cars surrounding the van. I-24 is now reopened, so is Joe B. Jackson Parkway, which was also shut down. We'll bring you more information as we learn more about it. Metro Nashville police arrested a Brentwood man for the attack and killing of a woman who had been exercising at an Antioch Park Monday evening. They said Alyssa Locust was walking on a trail when Paul Park stepped out between 2 cars and began following her closely. She was then heard yelling that Parks was trying to rape her before hearing gunshots. Well, Chief John Drake said they got a break from someone with a dash cam video of Parks trying to escape the scene in his BMW.
I was worried this could be a serial rapist or serial killer. I was worried this could be someone that could do this over and over. And so I'm so thankful that our people got on this.
Park was booked on the criminal homicide warrant. He'll appear in court tomorrow. Police in Franklin say watch it in the grocery store. There's been an uptick of what's called distracted thefts. Franklin officer Ryan Howell in a video that was posted to X.
And what they're doing is distracting the person to turn away from their shopping cart. And at that time, someone might come behind them and take out their wallet and leave.
And he says credit cards taken have been used pretty quickly afterward. Police say if it happens, call the credit card company and cancel those credit cards right away. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732 on WTN. You know, Dan Mandis here. I'm in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard, and Moon Valley Nurseries, this is a great company, and they can help you if you've been thinking about upgrading and updating your backyard as well. Now, think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com. You can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home. Now, if you're not quite sure what you need to do, but you do know that you need to do something, get a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. You can prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything, big or small. So tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out to Moon Valley Nurseries. You can find them online, moonvalleynurseries.com. That's moonvalleynurseries.com.
Couple of problems this morning in Hermitage, 40 westbound before Old Hickory Boulevard East. That's exit 221B. A crash blocking off the right shoulder. And then a crash in Murfreesboro, too. The 24 westbound lanes at Medical Center Parkway, exit 76. That crash also blocking the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here. Did you know that you're funding America's future? It may not be the future you want for you or your kids. You know, most major credit cards funnel millions of dollars to liberal causes and candidates, hoping you don't notice. You need to take a stand and get woke out of your wallet. Coin is the conservative's credit card. You earn cash back while advancing a conservative future. Apply now at coin.com. That's COIGN, COIGN, coin.com. Terms apply. Go to coin.com/disclosures for full details. 7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Man, there's so much news. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Johnny, don't let me forget. I need to be triggered by the fact that the Biden administration is now threatening Israel with taking away their arms because they don't like the way that they're fighting terrorists. So we'll talk about that in the 8 o'clock hour here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News.
Trump killed the bill. The bill was being written by senior Republicans in the Senate, and he killed the bill. Why?
All right, so remember in the Senate right now and back in May when all of this happened, that border bill, the bipartisan border bill, basically, you know that it failed. And you just heard Bill Clinton blaming the Republicans. Well, here's the thing, and I got to just explain this real quick, but the Democrats have the majority in the Senate for now, especially when you consider the independents are voting with the Democrats, et cetera. If it's a tie, because it's really close. It's like razor thin. It's like basically 50-50, but the Democrats have one or two seats that belong to them when you go into the independent voters and all that kind of, the independent senators that vote with the Democrats. Kamala Harris breaks the tie. But you just heard Bill Clinton talk about how the Republicans and Donald Trump killed the bill. Well, you know, I remembered, and I remember this. I heard Mark Levin last night. I was on my way in. And he reminded me that at the time you also had 5 Democrats who said that they would not be voting for the bill either. You got senators on the left, Elizabeth Warren, Ed Markey, Bernie Sanders, among the no votes, as well as Alex Padilla and Goldbar Bob, Robert Menendez. So those 5, and it's interesting because where you have a Senate that is basically very razor-thin majority for the Democrats, but basically tied, and Kamala Harris is the tiebreaker, it's a very easy accusation to make that Donald Trump killed the bill. But again, not to belabor the point, but you had 5 senators who said no, who are Democrats, who said, no, we're not going to vote for this. So on the one hand, you have the Republicans who are out there, being blamed for killing this bill. And the Democrats, their message is, it was a bipartisan bill. Well, it was, in the sense that it was bipartisanly hated by both parties in the Senate. You had these 5 progressive leftists who hated this bill because it didn't go far enough in letting in illegal aliens. But you also had the Republicans who felt like the bill also didn't go far enough, but in a far different way. Republicans, of course, felt like it didn't go far enough to protect our sovereignty and protect our nation. So I love that Kamala Harris and all of these other people, Bill Clinton as well, saying, well, Donald Trump killed the bill. Well, I beg to differ, because it wouldn't have gotten out of the Senate. And of course, the House of Representatives, there's no way they're going to vote for it. They are led by the Republicans, and they had their own piece of legislation, H.R. 2, that was all for protecting the border, and it was a lot stronger. It was a lot stronger on security than what the Democrats wanted to do. So that is just another one of those stories where the more they try to repeat it, the more it becomes sort of like this fact. But the reality is that it's not fact. And Donald Trump, I think he's got to do a better job of not accepting blame for that. And by the way, I think it was a terrible bill. So if Trump wants to accept the accolades for killing the bill, that's fine too, because it wasn't a good bill. And so if Republicans are like, yeah, you're damn right we killed the bill. If I was in front of, yesterday, I did a whole segment on what was wrong with the bill. And there are a lot of things that were wrong with the bill. I'm not going to repeat the segment, but just realize when some leftist tries to say, well, you Republicans killed the bipartisan immigration border patrol bill. It's like, no. Why don't you go talk to Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey and all the other ones, Alex Padilla and the others that decided that they didn't like the bill on their side. A couple of other things going on. Let's see here. As I said, a very busy day. I have some audio that I wanted to play, but I don't now I don't know if I have time. Maybe I'll play it in the 8 o'clock hour as well. But Mark Halperin. Does anybody know who Mark Halperin is?
I do.
You know who Mark Halperin is?
I do.
He was a sports guy, still is, I guess, a sports guy, but he's sort of all-encompassing. Do you know him personally?
I don't know him personally, no.
So would you say he's on the left or to the right? Where would you put him?
I call him a lefty.
You call him a lefty?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he was on with Tucker Carlson last night, and he said this about Kamala Harris trying to get the black vote. Listen.
If the anecdotal is even close to true, Trump will break the record among support from black men. I mean, he'll smash it if the anecdotal is close to true. It's all over social media. It's all over my platform. It's all over every story I hear. And part of it, I'll give you a couple of elements of this that I think is important. Part of it is Trump has always had appeal with kind of a macho, rich, pretty wife thing.
Yeah.
Has that. But it's also, this example of biased coverage. The press says when Trump says some young black men identify with him and their parents because he's been persecuted, the press says that's racist. My experience is just true. They get the fact that the legal system comes after people unfairly. And if it can happen to Trump, it can happen to them. And it has happened to them and their family and their communities.
And he's got more great points. Mark Halperin, he is a reporter. Joan calls him a lefty. But like any true good reporters, which sadly there are very few left, we have Mark Halperin and Joan Jones, of course, and Ken Weaver. But he's willing to say, even as somebody who veers to the left, that Kamala Harris, she's making a lot of mistakes. And there's a reason why Donald Trump is doing a lot better than he ever has with the black voters. Going to hear more from Mark Halperin and a lot more straight ahead. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Partly cloudy today and a high of 62. Right now, 45 at WTN. Listening to the audio of Mark Halperin. He is a reporter. He's a podcaster. He's one of these guys that is on the left, but is more than willing to speak truth. And in this case, speak truth to power. Because let's face it, most of the news media these days is controlled by the Democrats. But he appeared on Tucker Carlson's podcast. I think this was last night. And we all know, because we've all been covering this extensively, that you've got Kamala Harris that is trying to get as much black support as she possibly can. She just lacks credibility. I think that's the bottom line. She lacks credibility with the black community. And Donald Trump does have credibility with the black community. And for whatever reason, right or wrong, I believe that does make a lot of sense. Because for a lot of folks, black community and otherwise, all communities, they are tired of being BS'd. And this is what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Karine Jean-Pierre and all these people, this is what they do. They BS, and they perpetually BS. And the American people, I think, are seeing right through it. This is why the more that we see Kamala Harris and the more that Americans see Kamala Harris in interviews, on TV, radio, podcast, whatever it is, they're realizing that Kamala Harris is full of BS. As a matter of fact, Charlemagne last night, one of the things that he said was, do you ever say anything new? And she says, Kamala Harris said, well, I have to be repetitious so I get my point across. I kind of understand that, but here's the thing. Her speeches are exactly alike. I mean, I'll see if I can find it. There is a video. It's actually 4 videos that are playing at the same time, and it's Kamala Harris giving literally the same speech 4 different times. I mean, right down to not only the words, but also the intonation, and she's saying it exactly the same. And of course, Donald Trump's, his speeches may have a little similarity as well, but it's nothing like the very robotic Kamala Harris. And Mark Halperin, he does understand that, telling Tucker Carlson that people are tired of being BS'd.
And then lastly, the failure of liberals to make life in cities for poor kids better is also a massive scandal. Another scandal is that the Republican Party hasn't done anything to capitalize on it and create competition to be mayors of these cities. For sure. But when Trump says, I'm for criminal justice reform and I'm for fixing schools and I'm for creating more economic opportunity, he did criminal justice reform. The other stuff, his record is spotty, but he's saying, as he said in 2016 when people mocked him, what do you have to lose? These young black men say, the Democratic Party offers nothing to me. Trump might offer something to me, and he's done criminal justice reform. I think again, you could be the most partisan Democrat in the world. If you can defend the performance of the Democratic Party to helping young black men, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, what a great finishing comment. Good luck. Kamala's going to try. She was on with Charlemagne yesterday. I don't think anybody, speaking to Matthew Hurd, I know that I said the same thing. There's not a lot there. There's not a lot of sort of robust policy things to talk about with Kamala Harris as she's trying to convince young black men or black voters, generally speaking, there's not a lot of reason for them to vote for her. A lot of reason to vote for Donald Trump. I mean, a lot of the things that she said, and I played some audio before of Kamala's appearance on Charlemagne, but a lot of it continues to be, simply put, platitudes. That's all it is platitudes. Now, coming up next, Biden administration is going to tell, or has told, Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, they're getting warned that they're not going to receive any more weapons if they don't start fighting Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels their way, the Biden administration's way. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 8?
I'll tell you, Elon Musk puts his money where his mouth is, and a Georgia judge has just quashed 2 election rules that were favored by Republicans. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:52. You know, these days with kids and now grandkids, it is more important than ever to have clean carpets. Now, that is why I use Zero Res to keep my carpets clean and the little ones safe. Now, they don't use harsh chemicals, and they leave your carpets insanely clean. No soap and no residue, just soft, fluffy carpets that are going to stay clean longer. Dan Mandis here, and yes, I have been a Zero Res customer for years. You know, cold and flu season is just around the corner, and your carpet is one of the largest filters in your home. You've got to keep it clean and your family healthy with Zero Res. Now, right now, it is a great deal to call them at 615-535-9376. They've got a great deal going on. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $119 plus. You're going to get a free hallway. One more time, 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $119. You also get a free hallway. $100 off of air duct cleaning as well using the promo code FRESH100. Restrictions may apply. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Such a great deal. No wonder they have so many great reviews on Facebook and Google reviews. Find them online, ZeroResNashville.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. 7:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Don't forget our big election night party. It's on election night. And we're going to be there for a long time.
Yes, we are.
And it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, the event is free, but Johnny and Joan, they've got a VIP package that they'd like to sell you.
Ah.
And so I'm going to tell you.
This actually sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it does.
It really does. I don't need one, but if somebody wants to buy one, food is included, alcohol is included.
Woo.
Now, of course, my first question is how much alcohol?
I knew that.
What's the limit, man?
Yeah, what's the
cutoff? Because you know what? It could be a long night. Either way, if Trump loses or wins, it could be a very long night, and we could be celebrating or we could be drinking to forget our sorrows and our woes.
Keep from crying.
That's exactly right. Well, we'll be crying in our alcohol is what we would be doing if Donald Trump loses.
Sure.
I don't think we're going to know. Johnny, what do you think? Johnny, what do you think? You think we're not going to know that night?
I don't think so either.
No.
I don't think so. I think that, well, let me put it another way. If they believe that Kamala Harris wins, we'll know right away. If they think that Donald Trump wins, we won't find out for a couple of days.
Well, they'll have to go looking for ballots in trunks of cars of a Democrat.
Yeah, it's
operatives.
And watch out for the flood.
Somebody get the cat litter to throw in the toilet.
Yeah.
We gotta sneak some ballots in here in Georgia.
Please.
Anyway, all that to say, if you'd like a VIP package, I think you're going to get a goodie bag, like a grab bag kind of a thing on the way out the door, from what I understand.
Cool.
And we're working on, I'm trying to convince them to do some bobbleheads of the hosts. I've always wanted a bobblehead. But the problem is we don't have any money for all four of us. Well, like, apparently we can only afford like one bobblehead. Now,
so it'd be Bell.
They already said we
It's
can't
a
do
lot of
Brian
hair.
Wilson. We can't do Brian Wilson because he's so large. They'd need too much material.
Yeah.
They might do one for me because I'm smaller and I take less material.
Yeah, by that you mean that Brian is tall.
He's tall. He's a very tall
Okay.
individual.
He's
Thank
a tall
you.
Texan, long tall Texan.
That's exactly right, Joan. I wasn't calling Brian fat.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
No, I would never say that to Brian. Brian is actually slimmed down like, I don't know,
looks
50,
good.
60, 70
Yeah.
pounds. He looks great.
Yeah.
So there you go. Anyway, so it should be a lot of fun. We're trying to figure out what to put in the grab bag, and I'll see you after the news on WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Good morning. It's now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're still stuck at 41 this morning. It is chilly to start out, and we'll go up to just 61. Stick around. The forecast is still to come. Well, welcome to the first day of early voting in Tennessee. You can do so now through October 31st. Take along your ID. An overnight road closure on the eastbound side of I-24 is over now, but we've learned that it was caused by a police-involved shooting. TBI is confirmed to News 2 that shooting took place near the Joe B. Jackson exit in Murfreesboro. Details are still not being released, though. The roadway is now open. Elon Musk putting his money where his mouth is. The Wall Street Journal reports he poured $75 million into his Trump Pro Super PAC from July through September. Musk founded America PAC in the spring. A county judge has quashed 2 election rules favored by Republicans in Georgia. One mandated a hand count of election ballots across the state. Another allowed election officials to refuse to certify the results of the election if they have concerns about voter fraud. ABC's Rachel Scott.
Overnight, a judge blocking both of those changes, saying that it is not an option, rather an obligation for election workers and officials in the state to certify the results, and calling that last-minute push and the final stretch to try to get this state to count the ballots by hand too much too late.
In a statement from Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign, Democrats celebrated that decision. The Biden administration is putting its foot down over the plight of Palestinian residents in Gaza. ABC's James Longman is following developments out of Lebanon.
U.S. Secretary of State Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin co-signed a private letter to Israeli officials, giving them a 30-day deadline to improve and maintain an increased supply of aid and end the isolation of northern Gaza. Threatening failure to do so would put Israel in violation of U.S. law and could impact future military assistance.
Now, a copy of the warning letter posted online by a reporter for Axios clearly raised the possibility that the U.S. could suspend military aid to Israel. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures are pointing up now, maybe picking up some of the losses that were recorded on Wall Street yesterday. The Dow futures are up 20, NASDAQ futures gaining 15, S&P futures are up by 2.5 points. That's the latest news, traffic and weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
We have a crash involving injuries. It's Nashville Village, Murfreesboro Pike, west of Bell Road. Also this morning, Harding Pike at White Bridge Pike. That's an accident in Bell Mead. And then 40, make that eastbound. 40 eastbound lanes at White Bridge Pike, Briley Parkway West. That's exit 204. A crash, the right shoulder in that location is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Lonnie Spivak, our buddy Lonnie Spivak, has sent me a photograph. The polls are just about, what time do the polls open? Do we know? Like at 8 o'clock?
I think it's 8, yeah.
So polls are open now. And Lonnie just sent me a picture, and the line is out the door.
Where is this?
In Bellevue.
Bellevue, okay. Wow.
So I've asked Johnny to take the phones off hold. If you're in line and you're listening right now, I want to know how the lines are. Because I've never voted on day one. Have you voted on day one, Johnny? You've never done it? Joan, how about you? Have you ever voted on day one?
No, I've never voted early. I've always voted day of.
That's me.
Yeah.
I've always voted day of.
Yep.
So I want to know how the lines are. Because one of the stories, let's see here. I did ask Lonnie, is that unusual? And Lonnie says, yes. The lines typically build towards the end of the campaign and not right here on the first day. But I read an article, and by the way, so if you're in line or if you're, leaving a polling place, whatever it is, I'm really curious as to how the lines are. So 615, I'm taking calls, actual phone calls, 615-737-9986. I'll use any excuse to talk to people. Oh, look, Joan, I actually have one phone call already.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, but I'm curious. We can do like a poll report.
Oh, I like it.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
A poll report, and we'll see how people are doing. And somebody sent me a note on the super text line as well. And he said that he is from, there's so many. Anyway, he said that he was in line somewhere. And he's listening to us, and he's, getting ready to vote right now. Sherry
cool.
is in Hermitage on WTN. Sherry, so you voting right now?
I am. I'm in line.
All right, wow. So you're listening to us while you're in line. So how long is the line?
Out the door. I'm at the Hermitage Library.
Oh, that is just exciting.
I know. I'm so excited.
Is there a lot of people that are wearing like MAGA gear?
No, not a lot of that. But I don't see one of the other signs anywhere.
Well, those people are embarrassed. So,
are there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there who's trying to hand out literature, tell you who to vote for?
Nope.
Okay.
That's illegal.
Nope.
It's illegal?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. Within 100 feet. Yep. No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, usually, yeah. So usually they're out by the parking lot or...
Yes.
But they're not out there today?
We beat them, apparently.
There you go. Well,
we
Sherry...
beat them here this morning.
Sherry,
Yeah.
Is this the first time you voted early?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to be out in Mount Juliet later on today.
And I'll be in Coffee County doing the same.
6862 is headed to Mount Juliet right now. So let us know, 6862, how the lines are. And Sherry, what made you decide to vote early? Was it the nagging from the talk show host on this station, Sans Chris Hand? We love Chris.
Kind of. Yes, we do. No, I'm going out of town, and you just never know. So I want to get it in before, something
Yep.
Might happen.
All right, Sherry. Well, thank you very much for calling in and sharing. Cody, and by the way, we're taking, ballot reports, poll reports is what I call them. And so if you're in line or if you're on your way, 615-737-9986. Let's see. Oh, somebody says, Rick says you can't wear anything political to the polls. I knew that. Cody is on line 2. Hey, Cody.
Hey, Dan. How are you doing this morning?
2 thumbs up. I'm looking forward. I have never been more excited than to cast my vote than I am right now.
I feel the same way. You know, I'm the GOP chairman here in Lewis County, and I went out this morning and was putting signs up at our election commission, and I knew that it was probably going to be pretty busy today in this first week. I talked to my commissioner. They're expecting 500 here in Little Lewis County to go vote today. But I just drove by the polls this morning. It looks like he may hit that number this morning. You know, he's got cars parked everywhere. Looks like a line out the door right here first thing. So I think people are excited, and I think we need to get Donald Trump in there next month.
So how did you, not that you have to inspire people to go to the polls, but I mean, in your experience in talking to folks, why are people going to the polls? What is their biggest issue that they're voting on?
I think it's the grocery store. You know, everybody has to go buy groceries. I know most folks like Kamala don't have to actually go to the grocery store and buy her own. But most everybody here has to, and you know the prices of everything is so high, and that affects us every week. And I think the more people have seen it, they're sick of it, and then they're sick of this garbage that they're seeing from the left every day. And I think that's just made them want to go vote. And also, I'm glad to see everybody going to vote early. You know, most folks wait so long, but there's no reason to wait. Let's go get that box checked.
All right, Cody, thanks very much for calling in and giving me your poll report, your ballot report. So I know people, you can't, I didn't know, apparently. You can't wear political gear inside of a polling place.
Is that a Tennessee law? Because in Maryland, you can wear whatever you want to the polls. And in fact, people in 2016, it was crazy how people were dressed and chanting and singing and just having a great old time.
See,
in line.
I never wear political stuff. Like I rarely, if ever, wear political stuff. And I don't know why I don't. I just don't.
Yeah.
So I would never wear it to a polling place. But you know what I'm going to do? I got some Trump socks.
Oh, that'll get them.
I may wear my Trump socks.
But does that mean you'll be wearing shorts? Because otherwise people won't see your socks.
No, I know. This is my way of being rebellious, Joan. Can I not be rebellious in my own little way?
I'm sorry.
Man.
No, like MAGA
nitpicker?
hat?
No.
No.
Well, no, they'd make me take it off. That's the thing.
Yeah.
If I wear MAGA socks, then I'll be getting away with something.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Because I'm a rebel.
Yeah.
That's what I...
Yep. Clearly, you are a rebel.
7258, be voting after work this afternoon. Very good. Let's see here. Folks, boy, we're getting a lot of people now.
We are.
In Gallatin. I see one in Gallatin.
Tullahoma. Nice.
Tommy is like Wild Man Dan. Yeah, sure. This is Lowell. Is your name Lowell?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Lowell, where are you calling from? Are you going to vote?
Unfortunately, I am not. I'm currently working. I got a question about the poll. So I've never voted before. I'm not sure what to expect whenever I get there. Is it just, are we voting for the presidents this go around? Is there other stuff on the ballot? Like, what should I expect?
Well, you gotta vote for the presidency. There is a Senate election going on as well. That's Marsha Blackburn. I don't want to tell you who to vote for, but vote for Marsha Blackburn. I think, boy, I should know this, but those are the big two that I would pay attention to. And let's see here. What else is there, Joan, Johnny? What else is being voted on? I don't even know.
On the ballot?
Yeah, those are the big two for me. But it's very easy. It's very easy. You go in and you bring your ID, and they're going to ask you some questions, and then you go, and it's electronic, and then you fill it out on the electronic form. It's going to print out a ballot, and then you give it to the nice person, and they're going to put it in a little box.
All right, brother. Well, I do appreciate it. Thank you.
And listen, if your ballot comes out and it's printed in like Chinese, there's a problem.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, I thought that was fun.
laughed.
Thank you.
All right, so for the first time, I laughed at one of your silly jokes.
And by the way, we have somebody on hold that could probably help people out on who.
Oh, Bobby Betray?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to Bobby right after we do the traffic on WTN. All right, very good. Partly cloudy today and a high of 62. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Of course, all the folks in Congress also have the House of Representatives. They're up for re-election as well. Bobby Petray, how are you, Bobby?
Good morning.
How's it going now? Now, if I know you, and I do, I'd be willing to bet that you are ready right now to go ahead and head out to vote.
I've already voted.
Of course you have. Bobby Petray.
No, I just wanted to remind people that 17 state senators and 99 House members are on the ballot today.
Yep.
And there's a lot of talk about the president, but these elections, these state elections are extremely important because those are the people that we work with and that have a lot of control over what we do here in our state. So I hope people will be attentive to that and not just go in there and cast their vote at the top of the ballot.
Yeah, and there's always, first of all, people have to know who their representatives are, and they got to know, if you're going in to vote, you got to know what your issues are. You got to know who stands for what. And I think a lot of people, though, they basically at this juncture, if you're conservative, if you're Republican, then you're going to vote for Republican right down the line. To me, when it's the primaries is when I actually pay more attention during the primaries because if there's a Republican that is in office that I don't like, I want to, find out if maybe it's time for a change.
Yeah, no, that's right. The primary can be a little bit more exciting, but I want people to be involved in what they're doing. And you're exactly right when they get their ballot, wherever they're voting, I think just that person is on the ballot, as I recall. I can't remember now. But anyway, I'm glad people are voting. This is, do we say this often, one of the most important elections we can have.
Oh, Bobby, we say it every 4 years, but this time we really mean it, and we really do mean it. So, Bobby, thank you very much for chiming in. I very much appreciate it, and call again. Do I want to? People are having fun. You got, of course, Mark Green and Megan Barry. One person says, "Screw Cemetery Barry." Vote Mark Green.
Oh.
All right. Well, do you know about that, Joan?
I do not.
Wow. We have some catching up to do. Moving right along. Joshua is on line 3 on WTN. Joshua, where are you?
I listen every day, and I'm from Vermont. And my question to you is, how can you sort of comfort me about early voting? I feel like, we still do ballots with markers here in Vermont, and I'm worried that my vote wouldn't get counted, and I'll listen to your answer off the air.
All right, thank you. So here's why I think you should vote early, because I've been in those situations where you want to vote, and then you're going to vote on Election Day, and like our founding fathers and God intended, which is what people are saying on the super text line, totally get it. But stuff happens, and we have to make sure that this vote is as decisive as possible. That's number one. Number two, my opinion, you vote early. There's more than enough time to get your vote processed, and I think voting early is really important. However, and I think It's important. It's more important in the battleground states. Tennessee is not a battleground state, but I do still believe that voting is important. There's a lot less chaos going on when you early vote as opposed to when you're voting on Election Day as well. And I've always been a day of, Election Day voter. I don't think I've ever voted early. I just don't think that I have. So to me, for me, I'm really excited. Johnny's going to vote early today as well. Joan is too. So we're all going to do it. Let's see what Mike has to say. Mike, thanks for calling in.
Hey, how you doing? I just wanted to have a young man a minute ago saying it's going to be his first time. And, for him and for anybody else out there, the state of Tennessee has an app for your phone called Go Vote TN. You can download it from your app store. And, once you get signed in with it, it'll tell you where you can go vote, what the voting hours are. There's a sample ballot for you, tell you what, things are going to be going. You can kind of pre-select it and set it up for yourself of what and who you plan to vote for and all the
All right. Well, hey, Mike, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, your cell phone was kind of crapping
Well, let
out,
me kind of finish what he was saying. So a lot of people were putting down the Go Vote TN the app.
Yeah.
So I downloaded it so quickly. You put your name in, and then it tells you the polling locations on Election Day and early voting. It tells you all the ballot information, all of your elected officials. This is so handy. So it's Go Vote TN. And that's an app. You just go to the App Store and pick it up. It's so cool.
People are asking, is Andy Ogles on the ballot? Well, of course, yeah, he's on the ballot. He had the little kerfuffle with the FBI or whatever that was, but he's still on the ballot. And, I believe he's going to win for the 5th Congressional District. He's running for re-election. So, you got local races. You got races that are applied to your specific district. There's a lot of stuff on there. And so for me, I'm excited about the presidency. I'm excited about the Senate, Congress as well, the House of Representatives as well, local state races as well, I guess. So, yeah, there's a lot to vote for. And as I said, I'm really excited. A lot of people are checking in. 615-737-9986 is the super text line. I don't think we have any more time to take phone calls, but if you want to text in, I would appreciate it. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, and Joan Jones is here with the news coming up at 8:30.
Well, Dan, there was a police-involved shooting on I-24 near Murfreesboro in the overnight hours, and it shut down the roadway. We'll tell you about it coming up. Also, Metro Nashville police arresting a Brentwood man for an attack and murder on a woman who was on a hiking trail on Monday. Those stories coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. I want to tell you about my friends at King Insurance. Got a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you do need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay you full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them at 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website, His website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. Eight 827, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Tennessee National. Now, listen up. Tennessee National is a highly anticipated lakefront resort, golf, and marina community. Now, they're having a great fall sales event. They're releasing a limited number of lake lots to the public with upgrades and savings one day only on Saturday, October 26th. Now, speaking of these updates, they've got lake townhomes that are being upgraded. You can upgrade your lake townhome, outdoor living space upgrades, and plus, they're also offering 2 years free boat rentals, plus 2 years of free social membership. Home site and golf savings as well. You can also get $10,000 off of a golf membership, plus 50% off of a brand new golf cart. Play on the lake or simply relax at the waterfront restaurant just over 20 minutes from Knoxville, Tennessee. Financing is available. Call to secure your private tour. Times are limited. Enjoy life on the water, fresh air, boat rides, and sunshine. Celebrate the lake life and make memories. Limited property times. This is going to be a limited property release Saturday, October 26th. Find them online. It's TennesseeNational.com. That's TennesseeNational.com. Or better yet, call them at 865-408-9992. 865-408-9992. Memories begin here.
Good morning. It is 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We finally found ourselves an extra degree. It's 42 now, and we're headed up to 61 later on today. Stick around for the forecast still to come. An early morning police-involved shooting shut down the eastbound lanes of I-24 near Murfreesboro. This happened about 2 o'clock this morning. Traffic was backed up for miles behind the scene where a dark-colored van was parked with both back doors wide open. There were at least a dozen police cars surrounding that van. I-24 now reopened, so is Joe B. Jackson Parkway, and we'll bring you more information as soon as we learn more about that incident. Metro Nashville police arresting a Brentwood man for the attack and killing of a woman who had been exercising at an Antioch park Monday evening. They said Alyssa Lokitz was walking on a trail when Paul Park stepped out between two cars and began following her closely. She was then heard yelling that Parks was trying to rape her before hearing gunshots. Chief John Drake said that they got a break from someone with dash cam video of Parks trying to escape the scene in his BMW.
I was worried this could be a serial rapist or serial killer. I was worried this could be someone that could do this over and over. And so I'm so thankful that our people got on this.
The chief there on Channel 4, Park, was booked onto the criminal homicide warrant. He'll appear in court tomorrow. And a Putnam County judge has been reprimanded for accepting a guilty plea from a guy who had run into his car. And then that judge ordered that man to pay him restitution. A panel of investigative judges dismissed the case, and in a statement, they noted the case undermines public confidence in the judicial system. Stocks beginning to trade now. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 37, NASDAQ down 12, and the S&P 500 index is down just a fraction. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33 on WTN. You know, when the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain can really help you out with the guaranteed offer. Now, with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain, there is no showings, no open houses, and no stress. It is absolutely hassle-free. You know, fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer, you'll be on the market and get an all-cash offer and close within days. And the best part is no stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said we had to move fast, and we were worried the process would take too long and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain gave us an offer in 3 days for over our asking price. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews, and you can trust Mark Spain to sell your home fast and for the most money. Call them at 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Traffic is backed up this morning. Glencliff, 24 westbound lanes before Briley Parkway South exit 54. That's an accident, and the HOV lane in that area is blocked off. Also, a crash reported Nolensville Pike at Morton Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
.837 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four, and we got a lot going on this radio station today. We've got early voting coverage all day long. We've got Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell. He's going to be in studio.
Freddie!
What?
At 12:15.
Wow.
With Murphy Show. You know, I would say what I usually say when we have in-studio guests is we ought to clean up, but he's a Democrat.
We got to look earthy for him, man. Come on.
That's exactly right.
We need a branded MAGA chair that we pull out just for the Dems when they come in. Be like, oh, sit right here.
You know what? So he can come in, but he's got to wear the MAGA hat.
Yeah, he's got it. You got to wear the MAGA hat.
And he has to use my Donald Trump mugshot mug.
Oh,
Perfect.
that is
Can I get you some water?
That's right.
Secretary of State Trey Hargett also going to be here with Murphy Show at 1:35.
Wow.
Talking early voting. Murphy Show's on it.
Wow, he is.
Mm-hmm.
Way to go, Murphy.
All right, hey Matt, if you're listening, where is Matt on early voting?
I don't know.
Do you know?
I don't know. I haven't
I didn't
asked
hear
him.
talking about it.
Matt, text me. Where are you at early voting? Are you an early voter guy? Because I'm sitting here with Chris Hand, who
I exposed you yesterday. I'm so sorry, Chris.
That's
I mean,
okay.
today.
I exposed myself. I
yes,
don't like the idea of early voting.
Listen. Nobody wants to see you exposed.
I will expose myself in front of the entire audience. I don't like early voting.
No.
Now, tell me why.
I think it's just the tinfoil hat in me. We're giving them a leg up on how many votes they need to overcome.
I get it.
That's a good point.
I get it, but listen, you're a bigger Trump fan than I am.
Yeah.
Donald Trump says you ought to vote early.
That's okay.
He can be wrong.
He's allowed to. There's been things I've disagreed with Trump before on.
Oh, really?
Operation Warp Speed, not a fan. Not a fan.
Agreed.
I mean, like we can go
Fair
down the
enough,
list.
man.
Like we can go down the list. There are things that I don't agree with or vibe with. This happens to be one of them. And I'm not knocking you guys for doing it. Do you? But I'm going to do it on the 5th of November. Remember the 5th of November.
Unless you're a Democrat, then it's November 6th.
Be careful. You spread those memes. They'll come after you.
Yeah, you're going to end up in jail.
Fake news. Fake
We could
news.
call me Disinformation Dan. All right.
On your program that you're doing from your jail cell? Like,
Listen, you can do a radio show from anywhere these days.
yeah,
Sure can.
a podcast.
So, yeah.
With enough money on the books, you too can make a phone call from jail.
And by gosh, they'll let you have your Marconi in there too.
Yeah.
That Marconi would be a heck of a shiv.
It sure would. Man, nobody'd mess with you. All you needed was a carton of cigarettes and a Marconi award.
That's it.
You'd own the place.
All right. So Murphy
King
says that he hates early voting. The Murphy plan: 72 hours to vote, no early voting, no mail-in voting, absentee by excuse. Oh, he's talking about what he wants to do. I heard him read this the other day. Absentee by excused reason only. See, that does make sense.
I agree with it.
Like I agree with Matt, which is do it over 3 days.
Yeah.
Do it over 3 days and no mail in.
No.
I mean, unless you're in the military and you're overseas or what have you, but no mail in at all.
Nope.
And you need to show ID.
Yes.
Signature verification as well. And I don't know, what are the other questions out there regarding, voting? I mean, those are all, for me.
I would prefer if it was just citizens.
Yes.
Yes, well, obviously.
Yeah.
Citizens as well. Okay, so Matt says, though, but because this is the system we have, we need to encourage our people to vote early. I think you're the odd man out, man.
That's okay.
You and Ken.
I don't want to disenfranchise people, do you?
Oh, yeah, Ken is not an early voter either.
No, I just can't bring myself to do it. It just feels icky.
It does feel weird because this is the first time I ever have early voted.
This is the first time I've ever early voted as well.
Yeah.
Same.
But I feel this is so important because this is for the soul of our country.
Now,
I mean, it really is.
Yep.
So just so you know, I haven't covered. I covered it like originally, but I haven't talked about the transportation plan much because I've covered so many of them and they never pass. So I just, with everything else going on. However, every conservative that I respect, and even some that I don't, have said that the transportation plan, thumbs down on transportation plan. So there you go.
There it is.
No, everybody else vote. E.J. Host says don't do the transportation plan. That's one of the conservatives that I respect. Lonnie Spivak also.
Murphy's still texting you, isn't he? You invoke the name of Murphy, the texts aren't going to stop.
Yeah, and you only have to say his name once.
No, I invoked the transportation plan, and every conservative now is hammering me. No on transportation. I know, Lonnie Spivak. All you other people, I know. No on transportation. I got it. I think the reason why I didn't really cover it is because I knew that it wasn't going to pass. I know that it's important, but I put so much time and effort into these topics, and for whatever reason, I knew that Murphy was doing it. I knew Brian was doing it as well. So I decided to, as Fleetwood Mac once sang, go my own way. Hey, did you hear my joke about if you're man, I try. I really do. I try.
Give me the joke. Give me it.
That was the joke. Go my own way. It's a Fleetwood Mac song.
But then you said, did you hear my joke? I thought there was going to be another one.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the guy called up and he was like, what do I expect when I go in to vote? Because he had never voted before. So I went through the process. And then I said, if your ballot comes out, in Chinese, that might be a warning sign.
Yeah, look out for the bamboo paper.
Moving right along.
Look, I laughed for him, okay? I did it for all of you guys. I took the bullet.
Yeah,
Joan actually laughed at one of my jokes.
I love it. I love it.
I don't think she particularly thought it was funny, but I think that she was playing the role of someone who felt like she was supposed to laugh at my jokes.
It's in my contract. I have to laugh every once in a while.
I'm glad they worked that in.
That's really nice.
Weaver wouldn't accept that. We bounced him to the afternoon show. I'm totally kidding.
Now we know.
All right. What do you got?
All right. Did you guys see there's a video going viral of a paraglider? Have you seen this?
No.
And this guy, he's like paragliding over the pyramids in Egypt. And I thought that was pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that. So it's like kind of something on the bucket list I want to do now.
Do they exist?
The pyramids?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
I've never seen them in person.
While you were questioning birds, I just want to know.
Well, speaking of birds, you know what they found at the top of that pyramid as the guy is gliding over?
Huh.
A dog had climbed up to the top of the pyramid, 450 feet, to bark at birds.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a dog on a mission.
You know what? I need that dog's enthusiasm.
You need to see this video. I've retweeted it on my X account, @ChrisAndOnAir. Mm-hmm. There was a dog spotted hanging out on the top of the Great Pyramid of Giza. That's the same place where we get the sheets, right?
That's right.
I think it's the same place. It's pyramids and sheets. That's what they're known for.
You talk about like bed sheets?
Wow.
Yeah, Mike Lindell. The
Oh, is
Giza,
that where
the Giza Dream Sheets.
Yeah.
You haven't heard of those?
No, I haven't.
In the area between, yeah.
My
My
soft.
sheets.
So soft.
Mike Sheets. Very good.
My sheets.
Mike Sheets, yes.
And the man who filmed the incident from his powered paraglider said the dog was barking at birds.
So was it able to get back down? Do we know anything about whether the dog survived?
I don't know.
It's a long way up.
Yeah, it is a long way up. It's a long way down, too.
Yeah.
All right, so
No, there's no water at the top of that pyramid.
No, there
there's
is not.
I'm going to have to plead ignorance on this. So you can go up into the pyramids?
Well, this guy, it said the man who filmed the incident was on his own powered paraglider. So I don't know if you can.
No, I'm talking about the dog. How did the dog get up there?
Well, it's like stones. It's like little steps all the way up. There's been viral videos of people
from the
that
outside.
Yeah. There's been viral videos of people sneaking up the pyramids before.
Really?
You haven't seen those? Like some random honky from Montana just gets over there and decides to climb up.
No, but they're usually Democrats.
Shoot the infidel.
What'd you say, Johnny?
I said, shoot the infidel.
Yeah, exactly.
I kill you.
Well, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That dog is my hero. And again, as I said, I need that dog's enthusiasm.
He may still be up there.
That's a dog on a mission. Well, yeah, I was going to say, man. I
Thank God it wasn't a cat. He'd still be there.
God, there's so many things I want to say, but I'm just not going to. All right, very good. So that's is that what you brought for the gang of four?
That was the content.
So you asked me a question. Johnny, you got anything?
No, go ahead.
Joan, you got anything?
The floor is all yours.
Dang it.
Come on, Dan. Bring the talk show thunder.
You know what? My talk show thunder is pretty much dissipated at this point. But you asked me a question.
Is this about the Marconi Shiv?
No, it's not about the Marconi Shiv.
Okay.
Which the Marconi kind of looks like a pyramid.
It does.
It does.
Oh,
It's full circle.
You asked me why we no longer play The Boys Are Back in Town
Yes.
as the opening bumper to the Gang of Four.
So no. So my wife asked me to ask you.
Well, a lot of other people have asked me as well. It's not actually because Joan is a chick. We had fun with that on the air.
Glad you noticed.
In many industries, you're not allowed to assume.
Right.
No.
And chick would be derogatory in some places,
Yes,
but
it would.
I don't take offense. Go on.
However, downstairs may have.
Another trip.
All right, so we no longer play it because of the damn lawyers. You know what's funny, though? I had a situation, and I felt really weird. I'm going to not say the name, but there's somebody here who has lost a ton of weight. It's a female. I was downstairs, haven't seen this female in a long time, and I said, wow, you look great. You've lost a lot of weight. And I immediately regretted that.
You just recoiled back into your shell like, oh, no.
I did, because is that okay?
You're the guy that says, oh, when do you do to somebody who's not pregnant? Right?
Well, somehow I've been able to avoid that, but I guarantee you before I die, it's going to happen.
Literally last night doing show prep, I'm going through viral videos, and I saw one. This guy rolls down his window. He says to this woman walking, he's like, hey, you shouldn't be smoking when you're pregnant. And she goes, I'm not pregnant. I'm just fat. And he's like, whoops. He kept going.
But why should I feel, are you allowed to even tell a woman anymore that at work that she looks great and she's lost weight? Because there's two things.
Yeah.
Number one is you run the risk of sounding like a creeper.
Yeah. There's
Okay,
that.
that's number one. Yeah. And number two, if you tell somebody that they look great, that they've lost weight, then they might take offense because didn't I look great before? You can't win.
No.
But then if you're a person who has lost a lot of weight, then you get bummed out if nobody
Absolutely.
acknowledges it.
So how did she take it?
Oh, she was fine. She knows me.
Oh, that's good.
You know what I tell my kids? I say, if you got a compliment in your heart, let it out.
There you go.
I did.
And one time it backfired on me. Kennedy was 3, and we
Yeah.
were going through a Walmart, and she looked at this woman, and she said, "You have a nice smile." And around turns a woman with the worst meth mouth I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, oh, gosh.
Oh, no.
I was like, keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Keep walking. Keep walking.
Why would
say the
Kennedy say
darndest
that she
things.
had a nice smile if she had meth mouth?
I said, if you got a compliment in your heart, you got to let it out,
Well,
kid.
she did.
I think in my case, this particular person knows that I'm like naturally born awkward. And so when awkward things happen, I think people just say, oh, it's just Dan.
Naturally born awkward. I like that.
Naturally born awkward.
Yeah.
You like that?
I do. I think that's good.
That's why I actually went back to the bit, because I thought that's a kind of a cool little phrase thing. Naturally born awkward.
We should make you a T-shirt.
NBA.
Yeah, it's like the NBA logo, but it's you holding your Marconi.
And looking awkward.
Yeah, looking awkward.
All right, very good.
That's too good.
Are you convincing people to buy the VIP tickets?
I've been trying.
So we get the promotions guy comes in, and he's trying to convince us, you've got to convince people to buy the VIP tickets.
And they know what Dan says to him. Dan looks at him and says, you know what'll get him? Bobbleheads. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, listen, I'll tell you what. If you throw in a bobblehead,
right there.
the people, they are going to buy these tickets in days. Say, this is not going to be an issue.
He said they were considering bobbleheads.
He said, I'll consider it.
Oh, is that what you got out of it?
That's how I took it. How did you
know
take
what?
it?
I was just enamored that it wasn't an automatic no.
I think it was like I'll consider it.
I think he was just saying it to get out of the room as fast as he could.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I have that impact on people.
And Dan says, but my bobblehead won't have hair. It'll cost less. That's what he said. I said,
But the shine on the
I said,
noggin
that's the
costs
sell?
more.
That's the sell? But my bobblehead won't have hair.
He's got to figure out a way to put the shine on the head.
So if you're only going to make one, it ought to be a me.
They can get like a client to, pay for that stuff, I think. How much have you ever had a bobblehead in all your many years?
No.
I've never had a bobblehead either.
I think we need them.
So I guess they're going to have little bags.
Goodie
That's
bags.
what goodie bags.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what's going to be in the goodie bags, but I know that for the VIP, you get food included, you get alcohol.
Yeah.
And I asked, what's the limit? And I don't think he had an answer to that.
I've been told that there isn't a limit.
Till you
What?
pass out.
There has to be a limit.
There's got to be.
Have they seen Murphy drink?
I don't think employees are allowed to buy the VIP tickets.
Oh.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
Maybe I can get one somehow.
You should get a VIP
So that way I
ticket.
can get all my food and alcohol
then,
for free.
And then you get front row seating. So you can watch us as we do the broadcast live. You get reserved seats.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a pretty good deal. It actually, we're kidding here, but it's actually a pretty good deal. So if you want VIP tickets, the thing is free, but if you want VIP tickets, you can go to 997WTN.com. Murphy, what's coming up? Chris? I got Murphy on the mind. I'm sorry.
Now I know how
calls me
Joan
Jane, right?
felt when you called her Jane.
And he used to call me Ken all the time.
That hurt. I didn't understand the pain that came with that, guys. I'm sorry that you've dealt with that before.
Yeah, Murph would never wear that hat.
Well, wait, you don't like my hat?
Man,
You roasting my hat?
It's a takedown.
I have a Halloween MAGA with a jack-o'-lantern on the back. I have a limited run. It's a limited run where I can wear this hat, and Jan over there is going to give me a hard time.
At least I was only Jane before.
All right, Jen. All right. I'm not going to say any nice things about Dan or Jan on my show today. I can guarantee that. But we'll cover all the highlights from Trump at the Chicago Economic Club, Kamala Harris in her town hall with Charlemagne, plus the topic of misinformation came up. And I found a few points that Kamala waxed over where she was really guilty of misinformation herself.
All right, 8:55 on WTN. Went to the Glock store the other day, had fun shooting in their Halloween shoot house. And basically, it's a course where you're firing for 90 seconds and just see how well you do on this Halloween-themed course. Now, they've got smoke and displays. It's a lot of fun. They're actually putting a video together. You can check it out at shoot270.com. But if you want to participate, in this Halloween special, you can actually win a Glock. So this is a lot of fun. Check out the Halloween Shoot House. Maybe you'll win a gun. You'll have a lot of fun. Check it out online, shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth a drive from anywhere. Dan Mandis here. Probably the number one question I get from listeners is, how can I get involved in the conservative fight? Well, it is critical to know where your dollars are going. You know that most credit cards are funneling millions of dollars to the left. But now you have a choice. Coin is America's conservative credit card. That's right. Coin is America's conservative credit card. You earn cash back while fighting that liberal agenda. Apply now at coin.com. That's COIGN, coin.com. Terms apply. Go to coin.com/disclosures for full details. COIGN.com.